Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1, Isma. Light streaks through the only window of the war room. Here, more than anywhere in Kainvu, is where I belong, what I was raised for. As commander of Fort Marzu, it's the place that I call home. But never have I been called here for an emergency meeting such as this. The mid-afternoon sun warms the room, and I stretch my arms out to it, enjoying the way that it feeds my body. But I know this is the only form of comfort I am here to receive. The air tastes of suppressed panic and is laced with fear. An emergency meeting of the council is a rare and unwelcome request. Something is wrong. My second-in-command has that look upon his face that makes my shoulders tense and my chest push forward. This is not good news, and with each flick of my tongue I can taste that there is more to come. Whatever this is, and whatever has happened has occurred under my command, and as such I am responsible. Orcs, I say under my breath, knowing that this is the most likely of reasons we have been called here. Dark elves have become less of a concern recently, though the city of Ter is always a potential threat. But that is why we are situated here, in the mid-east of Nagaland. Captain Fawaz, it would be better for all of us, and especially for you, if you were to just spit out these words, I hiss. He looks back at me from across the table through slitted eyes. Of course, Commander. I am about to recount. Then in the name of Atia, just get on with it. He bows his head in deference, and I know that he will take this up with me when we are alone, and I will let him. But for now, this is how it will be. Zumir is a trusted friend and ally, someone who I have known since we were small children, but I am in no mood for wasting time on trivia. This fort, along with its outposts on the east of Nagaland, has been holding the line against the dark elves and orcs since time immemorial. I and the warriors that I command, as well as all those that came before me, are the guardians of the Naga people, and this insult is not something I am able to tolerate. As we are aware, orc attacks are becoming more frequent in the towns and villages, and now this has escalated with an attack on Outpost 3. I can report that the situation is grave. The attack was quick and deadly, and there are many questions still to be asked and answered about how such a large number of orcs were able to gain access to the station without being seen. Zumir's news wakes something up inside me that I have not felt for a long time. Orcs are never that far away. But this is more than just some beasts pillaging their way through our lands. I can feel it. We are the most formidable of our kind, and there are few from any species that would dare try their chances in this way. This is unheard of. Orcs are incapable of attacking us with such stealth, says Manser, leader of the council. Tongues flicker and hisses fill the air that is now thick with unasked questions and the type of cold fury that only our kind can possess. I look around at my most trusted advisors, feeling their concerns while trying to remain the calm and considered leader that I aim to be. Something that right now is beginning to slip away, like water off a rock. This has become more of a problem than we could have anticipated, says one of them, his words drawing a small smile from me. How many times have I told them it is my job to anticipate such things? Though they may believe themselves and our structures to be invincible, it is this attitude that means they will never occupy the position that I do. A leader always anticipates problems, knows where the weak spots are, has an eye on the enemy, even if they are far from sight. But even I did not see this coming, and this starts to gnaw at me. Never have I questioned my ability to lead Fort Marzu and its connected outposts, and this is a strange and unwelcome feeling. "We must act immediately," says Zumir. "I have reports of many fatalities, and those who are left have been gravely injured." I meet his eyes with my own. "And we will," I say calmly, though I am unsure how much longer I can refrain myself from snapping. "What else do we know?" "The captain of Outpost 3 is still alive, though he has sustained injuries," he informs us. "Captain Izmah fought with honor and strength against the invaders." "But not strong enough," I sneer. "If he does recover from his injuries, it would seem I will need to reconsider his position. And the outpost itself? There is structural damage, but it can be salvaged, though we will need to move quickly to have a fully functioning station. Something I know we can all agree is of the utmost importance at this point." The thought of a weakness in our line of defense makes my already cold blood chill further. Our outposts are situated from north to south of the line, and they must be working at their full capacity if we are to maintain our defensive might. "Perhaps we should think about reinforcements from the west," Mansir suggests. "This is an unnatural occurrence, and as such they should be aware of it." Each word that spills from his mouth drives the wrath of Atiya through me. Orcs attacking our line of defense, slaughtering us as though we are helpless humans. This is not the way of the Naga, and it certainly should not be happening on my watch. "How can this be?" I bellow, hardly able to contain the rage that begins to drip through my veins like poison. Looking around the war room, I see nothing but the faces of those that should know better. An orc attack on one of my outposts is not something I will tolerate, let alone the dead and the injured that now seemingly litter the place as a result. This is not what I expect from warriors of Kainvu. You disgrace yourselves before me, your king and goddess Atiya herself. But as commander of Fort Marzu, this truly falls on me. The dishonor this brings already starts to seep beneath my skin and scales, adding to my anger and threatening to take me over completely. But this cannot happen. I am the commander of this fort because I can control these urges and channel them in the direction I wish for them to go. Do you dare to dishonor me in such a way? I am your commander, and as such can deal with this insult that these beasts have visited upon us. The elite of the West are loyal and true, but they can never rival our strength and skill. The table shakes as I bring my fist down upon it. We are the protectors of our great nation. This is our job, the one we were made for. Silence fills the room, thick and heavy. I sense their trepidation and reluctance to say more. Drawing my ire is not something that any of my subordinates wishes upon themselves. "I am sure our honorable friend did not mean to offend you, Commander Farzu," Zumir says. "I think what he is suggesting is that this is unprecedented, and as such must be dealt with quickly." Narrowing my eyes, I glance around the table into the faces of each of those around it. To insinuate that we need to be rescued by those from the West does indeed offend me. You dishonor me and yourselves by suggesting such a thing. "Commander Farzu, my apologies for any offense that I may have caused. I was just attempting to suggest that the palace should be made aware of this. What if the orcs were to attack Fort Marzu or Marzulla itself?" asks Mansir. "Enough," I roar. Though his words slice at my already thin patience, I can see his point. The attack on Outpost 3 is unprecedented. I have heard nothing of the sort in all my years, and so it would be foolish and indeed dangerous to assume an assault on Fort Marzu or the city that services it. Marzulla is well protected and prepared for any such attack, but we must always remain vigilant, Zumir replies, daring to look in my direction. He is right, of course, and I will not let my rage or sense of honor get in the way of doing what I am here to do. Protect my people. It is my duty to ensure that the fort and the city are safe. An attack on Marzulla, The small city that serves this military base could have grave consequences. Many of the military command, the troops, and their families live here, as well as the countless number of merchants and journeymen that serve Fort Marzu. It would be the perfect place for an enemy strike, which is why we must always be prepared. I gaze intently at my friend and ally, my eyes cold and steely. Agreed. Which is why I will be traveling to Outpost 3 to find out what is happening, as soon as this damned meeting is over with.
Chapter 2. Ava. The soles of my feet are now so raw from being dragged through the forests of Kainvu that I hardly even feel the sting anymore. Instead, I sit on the small rock that I am chained to and scrape them across the rough surface to loosen some of the caked blood and torn dead skin. If I had thought my life of serfdom on the outskirts of Ter was bad, this does not even begin to compare. Being captured by orcs, witnessing their vile deeds, being surrounded by their foul stench. These are the things that real nightmares are made of. The forest is eerily quiet, the camp calm and still. It's rare moments like these that I am able to catch my breath and remember that I am still here. I am alive, even if my life does not seem to belong to me. Looking up at the cloudless sky, I imagine what may be possible. As if somehow up there lives something so very different to the reality of this life tethered to the ground below, bound to a body that is incapable of protecting itself against others who are always stronger. Time has escaped me. Though it feels as if I have been with these animals for an eternity, it could be a matter of weeks or months, I can't be sure. This orc base camp is my home now, and that in itself is enough to wish I was dead. I have to wonder how it is that these creatures have managed to go undetected for so long. What with their hulking bodies, their stench, and their inability to remain quiet for a second, it goes without saying that they should have been discovered by the dark elves by now. I am after all their property, even if the orcs now believe differently. The base camp is well hidden in thick, deep forest, and seems to serve as a base for the bands of orcs that are travelling around, raiding. Orcs are always a threat, but recently even the dark elves have been unprepared for the scale of their attacks, not suspecting that orcs would dare to enter their human settlements and take from them. But that is the way of the dark elves. If anything, arrogance will be their downfall. That is how I find myself here, taken from a labour settlement where it was my job to serve the elves, and now at the mercy at another source of evil. Though they look and act differently, orcs are not that far removed from their more sophisticated enemies. They are all hungry for power, and human females will always be their prey. This band of brutes represent the same threat as the many others that wander Protheka, laying claim to anything and anyone they can. From the moment I entered this bleak world, this would be my fate, to be claimed and used. One orc in particular seems to be under the impression that I am his for the taking, not in the traditional sense that most human females are used by dark elves and orcs. The one they call Yaruk, the leader of this base camp, keeps me close by at all times. It is forever my destiny to be in chains, it would seem. The sounds of the small group returning from a raid now assault my senses. First it is their grunts and heavy breathing as they push themselves through the trees, then their foul words. As always after such exploits they are frenzied, their eyes wild, their breathing deep and ragged. Thick, cloying musk pervades the air, sticking to my skin and making my stomach swim with nausea. "Victory!" one of them bellows as the others roar and grunt in response. There is something different about them this time, as though whatever they are returning from holds more meaning than previous exploits. And there is a distinct lack of bounty. No women, no supplies. Yaruk welcomes back his men with a sickly grin. Standing tall and opening out his chest, he proclaims, "Tonight, we feast." The sounds that leave these animals are enough to send my whole body into terror. My stomach becomes a pit of despair. I know what this type of feast means. The sounds of knives already being sharpened and the desperate cries of the women in the wagon cages adds to the cacophony. Tonight, they will either become food or bed sport. How did things come to this? Living under the dark elves was hard, but even they would not stoop so low as to see humans as food. These creatures, though, are beyond redemption. Women to them are to be exploited in any way they can imagine and see fit. Though I am terrified, their actions are fuel to the spark of fury that has always lived inside me. A spark that, since existing amongst orcs, has grown into a fire. When will human females ever be safe to live without fear of death or persecution? Of course, it's not great for the human men either, but they suffer less than the women do. I can hardly look at the women in those wagons, but I feel it is the least I can do. From one day to the next, I do not know what will become of me, but for them it is different. We all know what is in store for them. It is just a matter of time before they are subjected to it. Their faces are smeared with dirt and tears, their cries ranging from quiet sobs to head-shaking hysteria. My heart almost collapses having to witness such things. It's a torture that tears at me from the inside. This should not be happening. 3 of the orcs pace around the wagons, inspecting their contents. The women huddle together, clutching at each other, the only comfort they have, as their tormentors laugh and prod at them through the bars. "You first," one of them says, pointing at a red-headed woman. "I'm going to screw you and then eat you." The cries, mixed with the sickening laughter of the orcs, pierces my mind in ways I can't seem to control. Bringing my hands to my ears, I try to drown them out, but nothing can stop these things from entering my consciousness. And I am pretty sure that nothing will ever be able to get them out. "Enough!" shouts Yarok. "The fear will toughen the meat." Pulling at my leg chain attached to the rock is a natural but futile attempt at escape. Everything in my body screams to be free, to get as far away from these orcs as possible, to take my chances out there in a dark and hostile world alone after freeing these poor souls and offering them the same opportunity. Anything but this. But I am going nowhere. Yarok has seen to this. I have no idea why I have been singled out in this way. Maybe it is just that he enjoys the torture. Or perhaps he is keeping me for a special occasion, and this is it. All I know is that no other orc is allowed to come near me, or they suffer his wrath. If he is questioned about me, there is a standard answer. She is mine. Though he looks at me as if he could devour me, he hasn't forced himself on me yet, and that at least is something that I can be thankful for. "And will you finally be sharing your pet, Yarok?" someone says, obviously frenzied enough to have the gall to ask. Yarok snaps his huge, ugly head around before charging at his subordinate, knocking him to the ground. He pins him there with his foot on his thick neck and bares large yellow teeth. "Do not push it, Carek. You have done well today, and I will reward you. But she is mine." My nostrils flare as that fire inside me grows. I am not his. All of my life I have been told I belong to someone, and yet, deep down inside, I know that this can't possibly be true, that you can no longer own a person than you can the wind or the sky. If I were asked how I know this, I would not be able to describe it, because some things are beyond understanding, because there is more to humans than what this world dictates. And even though I am a woman with no power, I have that to cling to. Dark elves, orcs, whatever else is out there that would take us, claim us, use us and discard us, I have that. But that is all I know. I can't say what will happen to me. I'm not sure why Yarok affords me some form of special treatment. All I know is what I heard when I was first captured, in my dazed and concussed state, as I was thrown across the shoulder of the orc that now keeps me here chained like an animal, always within his sight and his reach. I can remember the screams of the men as they were hacked to pieces, and the desperate cries of the other women who were also taken. The smell will forever be with me. Blood, sweat, musk, a potent and sickly mix of death and rage. Not much else makes itself clear to me, the episode distant and traumatic. Just some words that found their way into my awareness. The angry grunts of an orc. Is she one of them? And the voice that has now become so familiar to me, that of my captor, Yarok. Maybe.
Chapter 3. Izmah. In the name of Atia. My words trail off as I take in the sight before me. Smoke rises up into the air before dissipating, just as the building in the distance threatened to do. But Outpost 3 is still standing, though from here I can already sense the damage that has been done. The gates have been compromised, as has the main building. Fire has begun to consume the walls, but luckily we build from stone. And though our architecture is stark, it is strong. Anger rises from the pit of my stomach, but I swallow it down, keeping it there for when it is needed, and when I can unleash it in a way that will serve my purposes. Still, I cannot help but feel the righteous fury that someone dare do such a thing, but who or what? A Naga outpost of all things. Have they any idea who they are dealing with? Though the building in front of me still stands, the very thought that this station was nearly defeated eats away at me like acid. To be treated this way, to almost even have to contemplate defeat, brings dishonor to Fort Marzu and to myself as commander of the base and its outposts. It is something that I cannot even begin to fathom, and far less tolerate. I will find whoever has attacked us. That is a promise. This can never happen again. As we approach the outpost building, I can almost taste the humiliation in the air. Never have I had to witness such a sight. The building smokes, though I am relieved to see the structure intact. At least that is something to be thankful for. As for the men, they wear their dishonor on their faces. The stench of blood and death adds to the medley of things I never wish to deal with. Not when it is Naga blood, Naga death, Naga humiliation at least. I try my best not to let my thoughts wander to those of the king and my colleagues of the West. Here, on the east of Nagaland, we are proud and determined warriors. We care little for the riches or exploits that those of our people who move in royal circles do. Honor trumps all, and the thought that others of our kind will hear about this feels heavy in my bones. My men and I reach the gates, and a guard bows his head and opens up for us. From the look on his face, I know I am not going to like whatever there is to find inside. "Where is your captain?" I demand. The guard at the entrance tries to maintain some semblance of dignity, but I can taste his fear a mile off. He has every right to be scared if he wishes to retain his duties and his family honor as a Naga warrior. "Commander, he has been injured and is being treated in his chambers," he hisses. The rage inside me is all-consuming. "Captain Izmah, I will be waiting for you in the meeting hall!" I bellow, my voice booming around the stark, cavernous building. "Commander, Captain Izmah is..." The look is enough as I whip my head around to stare into the eyes of the guard. "Was I addressing you? Is your name Captain Izmah? Are you the leader of this cursed outpost?" No, Commander Ferzu. They do not even have the audacity to even think that you may address me, soldier." Taking my more than subtle hint, the guard says not another word, making his way no doubt to see to it that his captain tears himself from his sick bed to explain to me what has happened here, on his watch. I storm off to the meeting room and await my subordinate, wondering how he is going to explain this away to me. Eventually, Captain Izmah arrives, his injuries apparent, though they are nothing that will not heal within the week. Narrowing my eyes at him, I can already sense he is about to make excuses for his poor leadership. A few flicks of my tongue confirm this, but unlike his guard before, he knows better than to speak before spoken to. "I will stand for no lies or hyperbole, Izmah." I try to remain calm, but it is not in my nature, especially in a moment such as this. "What in the name of Atia happened?" The walls almost shake from the force of my voice. "Commander Ferzu, as I tried to communicate in my message to Fort Marzu, we were attacked by some unusually skilled orcs as we..." "Orcs, you say?" My eyes narrow further. Unusually skilled orcs. The condescension in my voice is more than a little apparent. "But are we, you, not skilled Naga warriors? Warriors entrusted with the safety and security of our land and people?" "Of course, sir." He bows his head and then raises it again, looking me in the eyes in a way that is unsettling, because it is unusually calm. "You have dishonored yourself, your rank, and your station. But most of all, you dishonor me, and that is not something I am unwilling to tolerate, ever. Do you hear me, Captain? Of course, sir. Orcs of all things. Orcs are not unusually skilled. They are not masters of anything other than filth. They are a scourge. They are, Captain. And yet you allow them to trespass onto our land, kill our men, and almost take this outpost. You can only fix this and ensure that nothing like it ever happens again. A loud knock on the door drives my rage up a notch, so I decide to ignore it. Until I'm done with this poor excuse of a captain anyway. But whoever is there is not willing to go away. In the name of Atia, what is it? I roar. The door opens and a very contrite guard enters. Commander Furzu, 1,000 apologies, but it seems we have found the orcs that did this. Our tracker has just returned. They have a camp not too far away. What? This is beyond insulting. How dare these creatures even begin to think they are entitled to take such liberties with us? Take me there immediately. Tell my men to be ready. Of course, Commander. We are preparing the Hokin as we speak. Well, I'm glad to see that at least some of my men are doing their job. I turn to Izmah. You will stay here and attempt to fix the mess that you have allowed to happen. I want this building secure. The men that have fallen return to their families, and a request made for their replacements. Izmah says nothing, merely bows his head before I storm out of the room and back out to our mounts. The tracker is already waiting for us, his eyes wild and yet determined, like an animal scouring for prey. This is what I like to see in my men. Lead the way, I command when we are all ready. Let us show these orcs what Naga are really made of. I can already taste victory, see their faces when they realize the mistake they made in choosing to attack us. Us, Naga warriors! We travel quickly the short time that it takes to get to the camp, making my cold blood heat. Not only have they attacked us, they have insulted us by setting up camp so close to Outpost 3. These orcs will be taught a lesson tonight. There's no doubt about that. The air tastes putrid, and the stench of orcs is enough to make me want to never eat again. But there is something else that I can also smell. I flick my tongue out, and the taste sticks to the back of my throat, almost making me retch. It is roasting flesh of some kind, nothing that I've come across before. As Naga, we do not cook our meat, and so this is especially unappealing, though I hear some royals enjoy it. The darkening sky plays on my nerves. We are not at our strongest at night, where our eyesight is weaker than usual. But we have to strike now, and as we get closer, I know it is the right thing to do. The orcs are drunk on ale, filth, and debauchery. I can hear it in their raucous voices and taste it in the air. Knowing that they are likely celebrating how they have humiliated us today fuels my rage. We tether our mounts and pick through the brush, each step assaulting my senses. Finally, we look upon them, the disgusting creatures gathered in an orgy of greed and filth. Mouths tear at bones, hands grapple at what seem to be human females. Grimy bare buttocks pump away at the bodies of screaming women. These creatures really are the worst of what Protheka has to offer, and that is saying something. I ready my men for attack, knowing that not only do we have the upper hand in terms of skill, but also because we are better than these animals, especially here now with their true colors on full display. They are too busy filling their bellies and screwing unwilling humans to even have a clue that we are here, but they will find out soon enough. Naga warriors of Kainvu do not let anyone take from them, dishonor them, or insult them. It is about time these orcs learnt that lesson, and I am very willing to teach them.
Chapter 4. Ava. No, please, no! It is the raven-haired woman, I know it. The screams will never leave me, I am quite sure of that. I close my eyes, press them down tight, and try to at least drown out the sights. But the sounds, they are something else altogether. As they assault my ears, take hold of my senses, I almost feel as though I have left my body. But there is no such relief. This is Protheka, and I am well versed in how the human body reacts to such things. I have felt it and seen it in others many times over, though surely it would be better to die than to live and bear witness to this. Would you rather be screwed or eaten? Your choice, human. The torture never stops for these poor women. Just when it seems that things have reached a new low in this land, there is always something worse, and it is usually dealt out by orcs. The faces of my fellow captives are ingrained in my mind. I've been forced to look at and listen to them for weeks now. But now many of those faces are missing. Their cooked juices are what run from the mouths of these foul creatures. The others are merely a place for them to bury their filthy members. I have seen a lot in my time. Poverty, hunger, desperation, all visited upon us humans by the dark elves. But this is worse than I could have ever imagined. Seeing this makes me feel grateful for the cruel life that I lived at the slave settlement under the elves. Serfdom isn't something I would wish on anyone, let alone choose for myself, but it's 1,000 times better than this. Thoughts darker than I have ever had come to me like the most unwelcome of guests, and I do not have the strength to stave them off. It is just all too much. Protheka has finally beaten me, just like it has beaten so many people over the years. I have tried to survive this life, but there is surely only so much that a person can take before it becomes too senseless to wish to do that. My time has come. As I contemplate this, I am brought back to the unfolding events. The raucous laughter and grunting from the violent, mindless screwing has changed to yelling and the roars of battle. Something sprays across my face, and, as I swipe it away, the red stain tells me what is happening. We are under attack. My broken heart pumps away furiously in my chest, but it is no use. I can't run or hide. I am tethered here. I can only hope that I now get a clean, quick death, and that my time here in this wretched world has come to a welcome end. Is it another clan of orcs? They're relentless when it comes to fighting and raiding each other. But it doesn't sound like orcs. They are quiet and quick, and not like the awkward hulking brutes that I'm used to now. Huge creatures crash through the trees, their muscular forms anchored by long, thick tails that they use as an extra appendage. These must be Naga. I've heard of them, but never seen them before. Their faces are cold and as fearsome as the orcs themselves, and they are obviously more adept fighters. They make quick work of the drunk, overindulged filth that have me chained up here, and watching them drop to the ground brings up feelings of darkness in me that I never knew existed. If I'm going to die here, then at least I get to see them suffer first. While the orcs are thick-set and awkward, these creatures move swiftly, fluidly, like water. They use spears and bows with skill I have never seen, and though I am racked with fear, I also can't help but watch as they slice their way through the dwindling orcs. One of them bares their teeth at the orc only a few steps from me, his fangs so lethal-looking that my heart rate picks up its pace. The orc that he challenges surges forward, but his opponent is far too quick for him, and twists, using strong yet agile legs before choking the life out of him with his tail. The orc falls to his knees before me, eyes bulging from his head, and collapses lifeless onto the ground. But the attacker pays no mind to me and moves on, doing what he is here to do: kill orcs. Cries cuts through the air, the screams of the women still alive, the roars of the orcs and the commands being ordered from one of the attackers. Show no mercy, leave none alive, die, orc scum. A cacophony of sounds rips through the evening air, the smell of the roasting flesh, and the blood-drenched ground making bile rise up into my mouth. All of it a sickening mix of terror and violence. If these attackers are the Naga, then this must mean we are close to their territory. From what little I know of them, they are not a species that cares to mix with others and are aggressively protective of their lands. Whatever they are, and wherever we are, there is nothing I can do about any of it, a feeling that I am more than used to as a human on Protheka. My body is screaming at me to fight or run. These creatures are truly ferocious. The way they move, their strange reptilian eyes and their fangs. But there is no way I can free myself from these chains. Death is the only thing I can wish for now. A quick, painless death and a release from this existence of endless torture. The ground is now littered with the bodies of orcs and their body parts. I am not usually so morbid or vengeful, but I actually take delight in the scene. A few moments ago, these brutes were committing some of the most disgusting and degrading acts against women who did not have even the slightest chance of defending themselves. I revel in the sight of their slit throats and eviscerated bellies and wish that I could have helped some of them along the way. I hate these creatures with everything I have. My only regret is that they died too quickly at the hands of these skilled attackers. The thudding in my chest begins to soften, and suddenly it's almost as if the forest becomes silent, the screams dying down and the clinking of metal ceasing. Once again, I become almost disembodied, yet calm and still, despite whatever is still happening around me. I close my eyes, not tightly this time, and rest my hands in my lap. My breathing has slowed down, no longer the panicked gulping breaths of air, but as slow and deep, purposeful breaths. I have felt this before, only on a few occasions, and still don't know what it is, but relax into it. This is something I can trust. I am sure of it. It always has been before. After a few moments, I open my eyes and am drawn to the chain at my left ankle. I am free. My foot slides effortlessly out of the shackle, though the skin is raw and painful. I take in the scene before me, one where the orcs are no longer the victors they believe themselves to be. Ahead of me, standing by the fire, is the familiar figure of Yarok. His huge back faces me, and he is roaring across the fire at the Naga who stands there. My captor is, it seems, the only one of his kind left in this camp. Not for long. Standing, I walk to the right where I lean down and pick up the axe from the clutches of a dead orc. I pay no mind to the fact that it is almost as big as me, and that I should not be able to lift it even a finger's width from the ground, but somehow it is nothing but a feather in my hands. As the roars of Yarok continue, I step towards him, feeling nothing but purpose and certainty in my actions, as if I am being led by a force other than my own will. I swing the axe, swift and high, slicing through the orc's neck as if it is butter. His head comes clean off, the force of my swing so great it spins in the air, before landing in the fire. I watch as it hisses and pops, as the flames claim it. When I look up, the Naga is still there, a stunned look on his face, as we stare at each other from across the flames. I have no idea who these people are, what they want, and what will come of me now. All I know is that somehow I am free from my chains, and the eyes that I now gaze into, cold and fierce as they are as intrigued about that as I am. I am a human woman that has just slaughtered an orc. How is that even possible? This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 5. Izmah. I stare unblinking at the sight before me, unable to comprehend what it is I'm seeing. I refuse to believe it to be true. The figure across the flames, the human woman, is standing still now, catching her breath. She has just felled the last of the orcs for us. Impossible. Humans don't possess the strength possible to behead an orc, let alone an orc leader. Not to mention this puny human stands at most 5 feet tall. She's practically child-sized. The axe weighs about as much as she does. I can't tear my eyes away. How had she taken down a full-grown orc with one clean swing of an axe? My eyes take in her form. She's tiny, with a riot of unruly dark curls and pale, dirty skin. Her eyes are the color of ice, and they stare into mine, unblinking. Her form is thin, so thin that I can practically see the outline of her skeleton underneath her fleshy, pink skin. The human holds the axe aloft as though it weighs nothing. We continue to stare at each other as the orc's head sizzles and pops in the fire, the profound stench infiltrating my nostrils. I don't know why I can't bring myself to stop staring at her. The girl looks wan, tired, as though all her energy went into that swing. There's a hardness to her gaze, though. Something about this tiny thing has me mesmerized. Without a sound, the human drops the axe as though her brain finally caught up to the weight. It falls to the ground with a loud thud, and the tension between us is broken. She falls down to her knees next to it, though her head remains aloft, nose in the air. Making my way around the large fire, I stand in front of her, examining this creature, this woman who took down the last of the orcs. Impressive feat for a mere human. I stare her down, and she doesn't flinch. I should backhand her for daring to stare into the eyes of a Naga. Humans are worthless creatures. Some of the Western Naga keep them as pets, but we have no need of them in the East. It's like keeping a Taura as a pet. One of my men approaches, and I glance away from this girl. "Sir," Chanta asks, "what do you want to do?" "Take her," I order him. "She'll be coming with us." Chanta looks just as surprised as I feel. Why did I say that? I could simply interrogate her here. I have no idea where those words came from. There should be no reason to move her. "Of course." Chanta grabs her, lifting her to her feet. I ignore her, turning to address my men. "Clean this up! Burn the bodies and destroy the camp!" "Yes, sir," I hear my men call back. "What about the humans?" one of them asks, approaching the group of tied-up humans who were all cowering. I glance at them. "Burn them too," I say. "They are of no consequence to us." The human woman steps forward, unsteady on her feet. "You will do no such thing." Her words are clear, though her voice is hoarse. She stalks up to me, poking her finger into my chest. I'm unable to speak a single word. The sheer audacity of this human. How dare she speak to me that way? How dare she touch me? I'm a Naga warrior. A commander. I should slay her where she stands for daring to approach me. My hand goes to the sword at my side, but my body stops. My limbs don't want to work. I continue to stare into her icy blue eyes, seeing the steel, the resolve in there, and I falter. The woman stares right back, holding me captive with her gaze. Her resolve is as strong as mine. There's something about her that draws me in, something that makes me want to keep her nearby. I simply cannot bring myself to kill her. "You will not kill us!" she says again, fists clenching, chest heaving as she faces off against me. The entirety of the camp is silent, save for the crackling of the fire. No one dares to speak. My men are silent as they watch this puny human square off against me, their commander. I may not be ready to kill her, but I cannot let her get away with speaking to me like that. My honor as a Naga demands that I reprimand her. "Well now, human." I step forward, crowding into her space. Her gaze remains firm, though she steps back. "Perhaps you lot will come in useful after all." I step forward again, and she steps back, bumping into Chanta. "You have to admit." I glance up at Chanta, who meets my gaze, though he looks reluctant to be included. 10 heads are better than 1. The human sags, relief evident in her eyes. "One of them will be able to tell us what has been going on here," I add. I glance back at my men who are waiting for orders. "Round them up! They're coming with us! We're going to take them back to the outpost to be interrogated." The human turns away from me, ignoring me as she goes over to her fellow captives, standing with them. I ignore her back, moving to the front of the camp to assist with burning the bodies of enemy orcs. I catch her glancing at me every once in a while as I move through the camp. There's a mutual agreement to stay out of each other's way for now. I'm not afraid of the human, but I'm wary of her. After all, she is the one who managed to behead the orc leader. I don't know that she could repeat the feat, but I don't really want to know either. If she was bold enough to stand up for her fellow humans, there must have been something inside her that wouldn't hesitate to try to attack me if I made the first move. I'm uninterested in testing this theory, so I continue my work, lighting orc soldiers on fire, a wide smirk on my face. It doesn't take long for my men to burn all the dead orcs. That's the last of them, Chanta says, striding over to me. We've looted their supplies. Do you want us to burn the place down or simply destroy whatever remains? I furrow my brow. If we burn it to ash, it could show how powerful we are, that we take no prisoners against the enemy. If we simply destroy whatever remains, we could send a message to any orcs that happen upon this camp. They would be destroyed without a second thought. Destroy it, I order. Chanta gives the signal and my men run about, swinging swords and axes, chopping down tents, smashing cookware, vandalizing wooden structures, and generally causing controlled mayhem. I catch the humans out of the corner of my eye, all huddled together like lost farm animals. I roll my eyes, my tail thumping the ground in disappointment. The only potential I saw was in the one human girl. The other seemed particularly useless. If not for her, I would have no hesitation in killing the lot like diseased thistle. She is a strange one. She huddles with the others, looking at my men with narrowed eyes, body shaking slightly. Her posture is submissive, but ready to strike out, like a trapped lycar. I watch her hold some of the other human women close, as though her body could shield them from my men in some way. The soldiers begin to load up the Hokeen with our looted supplies, pleased with how much we'd gained. We might have nearly lost an outpost to the filthy creatures, but we stole back nearly as much as was demolished. There is quite a bit of good meat, more weapons, and even some coins. Chanta, load up the captive humans in the supply wagon, I order, surveying the site of the ruined camp. 2 of my men walked over, hauling the humans to their feet. Some simply tremble, going willingly. A few struggle to stand. I'm not as barbaric as the orcs, so my men know not to mistreat our prisoners of war. They simply wait for the humans to stand before ushering them into the supply wagon. The tiny human who wielded the axe is the last to stand, as though she is protecting the others first. She refuses to let my men escort her, insisting on walking herself over and climbing in without assistance. I focus on ensuring the last of my men are loaded up and ready before I give the signal to head back to the outpost. We only have a few miles to cover, but I want to arrive before dark. What are you going to do with 10 humans? Chanta asks, pulling up next to me on his mount. Interrogate them. See if they have any useful information. When we're done, they'll be sent to the king, of course, I say, trying not to think of the tiny human who dared to stand up to me, who took off the head of an orc with impossible strength. She is of no consequence. I don't intend to think about her once she's done being interrogated. She's a human not worth my time. We pick up pace. The outpost only a few miles out now. We'll be back in no time and I'll forget all about her.
Chapter 6. Ava. I stand with the other women, all of us crowding in the corner of the room they've stuck us in. It's tiny, but clean. So much cleaner than what we're used to. Sarah whimpers, and I hug her close. We're not sure what these men want to do with us, and it's taking all my strength to hold myself together, to stay strong for the others. A tall guard comes into the room, tail dragging behind him. You'll each be questioned by the captain, one at a time, he says, voice gruff. I stare at him, still coming to terms with these creatures. I can't believe we've gone from one captor to another. They're all the same, and the revulsion I hold for them tempers the steel in my spine. I straighten up. Why? I demand to know. We hold no power. We have no information for you. I hold my chin up high. He looks me over and I stand still under his scrutiny. I will not cower in front of these men. I will not kowtow to them. You'll be questioned by the captain, he repeats, turning his back to me and stalking out of the room. I face the others, all wearing identical expressions of fright. They aren't going to get anything from us because we have nothing to give, I reassure them. What if they decide to kill us anyway? Malony's voice is low, and I strain to hear her. I won't let them, I reassure her. I don't have any real strength, but I'll fight to my last to keep us all safe, even if I have to wield another axe. That still got me utterly baffled. I am not a warrior, nor a fighter. I've never picked up an axe before today. How was I able to heft such a tremendous thing, to hoist it up, and then use it so easily? It was as if my body knew what it was doing, as though it came naturally to me. Adrenaline gripped me in the moment, and then as soon as my body caught up, I couldn't even hold on to it. It's all very strange. I'm proud of myself for defending my people, though, for standing up for us. Even though the orcs were impossibly strong, I was able to take one down. The leader of their men had stared me down after that moment. Our eyes met over the flames, and I couldn't tear my gaze from him. There was something about him I was drawn to, even when I stood up against him. I don't know what it was, but I was intrigued. The adrenaline of our capture is wearing off now too, and I start to realise what a predicament we are all still in. We're still the captives of another race, still not free, still far from home. And those creatures are frightening. They stare at you with unblinking eyes, tracking every movement as though you're their prey. I shake my head, trying to rid myself of the slithering feeling down my spine. It seems as though we've been forgotten for now. We're all stuck in the room, no food or water, no bedding. I don't trust these creatures. They aren't as outwardly cruel as the orcs, but neither have they shown us an ounce of compassion. There is a small window, but it's dark outside, so no light shines into our room anyway. Only the tapers on the walls illuminate our space. I glance around, wondering if there might be a way to escape. Before I can start plotting, another guard comes in. This one different from the first. He looks bored as he approaches us. He glances at us, rolling his slitted eyes. "You?" he says, and points to me. I rise, my feet still unsteady. "Come, follow me." I follow, though I am reluctant to be alone with these creatures. The orcs are ugly, vile beings who took pleasure in our suffering. They abuse us with gleeful abandon. These creatures, though, they're cold and harsh. They don't touch us, but I can feel the way they stare. Their eyes don't blink like human eyes, and they take us in without expression. It makes my insides feel cold. The guard's eyes track my movements as I stumble along the rough stone floor. We're being held in some kind of large outbuilding with a long corridor between rooms, and we walk in silence. Entering the room, my eyes blink to adjust to the darkness in here. There's only a couple of tapers on the wall. No furniture, nothing, not even a chair to sit on. "Stand here," the guard says, pointing to the centre of the room. My feet move before I realise, and I'm standing there, waiting for something to happen. The guard departs, leaving me alone. There's a window, too small to use as an escape, and the floor stone in here as well is covered in straw. I scuff my feet against the straw, wondering what in the world they could possibly want from me. What's going to become of us? Will we be sold off like slaves? I shudder, suddenly freezing. My home seems farther away than ever. Would they torture us for information? I don't know if I could repeat the feat from before. I can try, though. I won't let anyone harm me, even if it took all my strength. The door creaks open with a high-pitched squeak that has me covering my ears. Another Naga enters. This one looks at me as though I'm mud he stepped in. "I am the captain of this outpost," he says, walking right up to me. He sniffs me for a long, uncomfortable moment before pulling back to stare into my eyes. His scales are dark, inky black and red. The light catches them in such a way as to make him look like the drawings of demons I've seen. His red eyes and sharp fangs don't help the overall image. Circling me carefully, he speaks in a low, slithering voice. "What is your name?" "Ava," I say, shaking slightly. Where are you from? I was a servant for the Dark Elves, I add. Good. He seems pleased that I'm answering his questions. Why were you with the orcs? I don't know. I stammer slightly. The orcs attacked our settlement and took some of us. Why did they want you? I don't know. What possible value did they see in you? I don't know, I repeat. His tone is sharper now. Why were you taken? I don't know, I yell. They only took some of us. And you don't know why? He stops, staring at me with his red eyes. No. What were the orcs' plans before our troops arrived? I don't know. Did they speak about attacking Naga outposts? No, I didn't hear anything like that. My body is trembling. Will he get angry if I don't have any useful information? They kept us tied up in a tent. It's not like they spilled their plans over breakfast. Did the leader speak to you? Question you? No. I shake my head. I was kept tied up with the others. Did you attempt to escape? No. Why not? Because... I take a deep breath and run my hand through my hair, trying not to scream. Because it was impossible. Why didn't you attempt to escape? His gaze makes me shrink back. Why hadn't I tried to escape? I had never thought about escaping before. Even when I was indentured to the Dark Elves, I just went along with my meagre existence. I was too scared, I shout, balling my hands into fists. Okay? Is that what you want to hear? That the pathetic human was too frightened to attempt escape? He ignores my question and instead continues circling me. I tuck my shaking arms closer to my sides, shrinking even further in on myself. I feel like his prey. Did you hear anything about the orcs' plans for the captured outpost? No. What were their intentions for the captured humans? I don't know. I begin to feel as though this interrogation will never end. I have no information. I don't know anything useful, and he seems determined to find something worthwhile. What direction did the orcs come from when they attacked your settlement? I have no idea. I shake my head again. I was indoors, cleaning at the time. Do you know how many Dark Elves fought against the orcs? No. Why would I know that? How were the Dark Elves defeated? I don't know. I was captured before the fighting was done. Why didn't you fight your captors? Because I'm just a human. I'm not equipped to fight a friggin' orc. I clutch my head, feeling exhaustion seep through my veins. Why don't you have more useful information? Why do you seem as though you're holding something back? I don't know. I shout the last word, tears welling up in my eyes. The captain is relentless and intimidating, and I want him to leave me alone. You can't give me a single piece of information, even though you were there the entire time all this was happening. I don't know anything. I'm just a simple human servant. I can't hold myself up any longer, falling to my knees to weep. Please, you have to believe me. I don't know anything other than what I said. I lay there, sobbing, as the captain tries to continue to interrogate me. He seems displeased, but I'm simply too exhausted to keep going.
Chapter 7. Izmah. Returning to the outpost had taken hardly any time, which in and of itself is highly disconcerting. The orc camp was far too close for comfort, too close to our territory. What were their plans? Was another attack inevitable? I stand still in the outpost watchtower and scan the horizon, eyes sharp for trouble. It won't be long until the orcs find out about our attack and send troops to retaliate. Is it possible they might send them straight to this outpost? The stillness sets my scales on edge. I don't like it. It's far too quiet right now. My mind drifts back to yesterday, to the woman who took off the orc's head. Something about her is eating at me, and I had come up here to be alone while I cleared my head. I'm meant to be forgetting about the pathetic little human. The only thing I should be contemplating is whether or not there might be more orcs attacking after our raid on their camp. Still, she keeps flashing into view in my mind. She's ordinary, nothing special. The only thing that stands out about her is the way she held that axe. She is just a mere human, after all. Naga women are far more beautiful and intriguing than she. I gripped the railing, forcing myself to end that train of thought. I was not attracted to her, not at all. Why would I even compare her to Naga women? I am the commander of the base. I am the highest-ranking officer here. That woman is nothing more than a dark elf captive servant, a serf in their kingdom. She is the lowest of the low compared to me. Our animals are of more use to me. I must forget about her. I must erase her from my mind completely. I may be the highest-ranking officer, but I have other men who can handle her and the other captives. I never have to see her again. The wind picks up, blowing the smoke in our direction. The fires from the orc camp are still smoldering. Surely the orcs would have seen that by now. I don't know what we're going to do yet to protect the fort. It would be prudent to focus on strategizing instead of idle thoughts that lead nowhere. The sky is darkening rapidly, and I watch as our men light the torches along the perimeter of the outpost, a beacon to the Naga of the area who might need our protection. A few small settlements have cropped up along the line of outposts. Those living there trade with the Naga, traveling between the east and the west. In exchange for our protection, they give us some of the food they farm. I stare at the horizon a while longer until my mind begins to drift back to the human woman once again. I should have been the one to interrogate her, but with the way she's occupied my thoughts, it's best I leave that to the outpost captain. She is nothing, and I need to get her out of my head. I circle back to the orc battle. That fight was over far too easily. It should have been a long, bloody battle, but we won quicker than anticipated. We need to be prepared. It feels like something big is just around the corner. My men are down below, moving back and forth as they organize supplies, patrol the base, clean, and restock the weapons, and prepare dinner for everyone. We'll have to feed our captives. I grimace. What do humans even eat? Do they eat vegetables like animals, or are they capable of eating meat? They might also need water. It seems almost more trouble than it's worth to hold them captive, but it's necessary to find out what they might know. What were the orcs' plans for them? Why bother with a group of useless human captives? They had to be cared for, and they had no real use, unlike livestock. Of course, they made good servants, but that was about it. And warriors don't need servants. Perhaps they had planned on selling them. They aren't particularly valuable or expensive on the market, however. Especially the women. They're unable to do strenuous work like the men, better suited for domestic labor. I'd never seen a human woman wield a weapon before yesterday until I saw that girl holding the axe. She took the orc down like it was nothing. She might have fetched a fair price on the market, but I couldn't see that applying to the other captives. She was so tiny, the size of a Naga child, really. There was a fierceness to her that had made me really look at her. I remember the way her ice-blue eyes held mine, how she had stalked up to me without fear. She had no idea who I was or what I could have done to her if I had wanted. The human doesn't matter to me, and yet I am back to thinking about her. My thoughts never seem to stray far. It's infuriating. I have no business thinking about her. She's irrelevant, inconsequential, trivial in the scheme of things. There are far more important things to worry about, such as the eventual retaliation of the orcs. "Sir!" One of my men climbs up to stand with me on patrol. It's Adexi, one of my lieutenants. He joins me on the platform, and we take the opportunity to prowl back and forth, watching the wisps of smoke curl up into the clouds. "Have you planned our next move, sir?" Adexi asks. I know they all want to know what our next steps are, what we might do to protect ourselves from the inevitable, but the truth is, my thoughts keep circling back to the girl, making it difficult to plan. "I'm working on it," I say instead. "Tell the other lieutenants we'll have a meeting first thing tomorrow." Adexi nods, turning to stand guard at the opposite end of the platform, body in a perfect watch position. My men are well trained. My heart swells. I crave order and discipline. That is exactly why I joined the Naga Guard in the first place. Those out west live in the lap of luxury, feckless and unfettered by order, like spoilt pets. I could never live like that. I need purpose. I desire control. I chose to set aside the notion of having a family in pursuit of working my way up the ranks of the Guard. The Guard was where I belonged. "Sir, no movement from the north-northeast," Adexi says, giving me the Guard salute. "Acknowledged!" I salute back. "Scan the north-northwest sector and then report back." Adexi turns, moving back to his position, standing at watch once more. I watch him with a hint of a smile. This is what I live for, maintaining order and protecting my people. I can't imagine any other life for myself. Even taking a Naga mate is something I've never considered. Eastern Naga women are attractive, strong, disciplined, everything I should want in a mate. It just never appealed to me, for whatever reason. They're all so very different from the delicate, weak, fragile humans we encountered at the camp. Most of the human women in the camp seem as though they would topple over trying to wield a Naga weapon. Except her. She had handled it like a seasoned warrior. I wonder if she had ever handled a weapon before. The girl had the temperament of a Naga as well, determined and fierce of spirit. It had, admittedly, impressed me. I imagined her fighting alongside our other warriors. She could be trained if given the proper tools. I'm certain that I would be the best option to train her to fight. She would make a comical sight to our enemies, a tiny little slip of a human standing alongside the Naga people. But that's where they would fail. They would underestimate her fierceness, her strength, and that would be their undoing. My fantasies leave me so distracted that I fail to notice when Adexi comes back to report on the north-northwest sector. "Sir?" He speaks again, and my eyes widen slightly, as I realize I was daydreaming. I must get myself back under control. "Yes, report, Adexi!" "North-northwest sector is clear, sir," he says, eyes scanning me. I'm unable to excuse my behavior and don't want him to question me, so I dismiss him. He salutes me once again and leaves the tower and the platform. This human girl is dangerous for my mental state. I have avoided it for too long. It's not good at all. Perhaps avoiding her was a mistake. I should just get on with it, speak to her, and get whatever this is out of my system. Once I am able to do so, I will no longer be distracted by thoughts of her, or her impossibly blue eyes, or the way they stared into mine, challenging me. I will no longer think of her tiny but mighty stature, the way she held herself as though she were 7 feet tall. I climbed down from the tower unsure of what I might do to her, but knowing that I need to see her once more. I need to see her to put her out of my mind.
Chapter 8. Ava. It's not comfortable in this cell, but I'm not entirely convinced that it isn't at least a step up from being held captive by the orcs. Those monstrous brutes were a constant threat, and I could never relax. I don't know what the Naga are going to do to us. Still, I've at least had a decent night of sleep. They've provided us with food and water, and overall, it seems like things could be worse. I've been around long enough to know that whenever you think things could get worse, they usually do. So, I won't hold my breath that this is a change in luck. For the moment, though, it's nice to know my basic needs are at least met. That Naga soldier that I saw across the fire is emblazoned in my memory. I don't know him, but there's something about the look that we shared. I don't know that I trust him, but I don't distrust him, and from me that's a lot. His eyes seemed almost kind. I shake my head, dismissing the ridiculous thought. I should know better. Depending on the kindness of a stranger in Protheka is a good way to end up dead. I'm too smart for this. One by one, the women have been taken into interrogation. I've been watching carefully, and I've noticed that every woman also comes back. There are no mysterious disappearances. It gives me hope that we may get out of this yet. Of course, hope is another topic where I should know better. Women who dare to hope in Protheka also end up dead. There's a lot of ways to die in this horrible place. But maybe this, right now, isn't one. 2 Naga soldiers finally come to fetch me. It's my turn to be questioned. They lead me into the interrogation room. They leave me in the centre of the room and disappear. I turn in a circle, looking around the room. It feels like a trick, that I've been left here alone. I study the room, trying to figure out if I'm being secretly watched. It doesn't take long before another soldier arrives. I can tell, by the uniform, that he's higher than the first 2. He says nothing, pacing the room in a predatory circle around me. His tail drags behind him, and at first, I watch it in fascination. Then I begin to worry that I might anger him with my staring. I begin trying to look everywhere but at the snake-like tail, which only makes me think about it more. Anxiety starts to rise in me, the more that I obsess over pretending I don't notice it at all. He continues to pace, his tongue flicking in and out. I swallow hard, trying not to let him creep me out. I think that he's trying to rattle me, and he's unfortunately succeeding, but I won't let him know that. The 2 guards from before return, carrying several objects. The largest of them is a big chair, which they bring into the room and set down. My throat constricts as I look at the other things in their hands, clearly instruments of torture. I see a whip, a heavy chain, and straps for binding, among other things. So much for hope. So much for thinking maybe it was going to be okay. They're going to abuse me like everyone else. I almost want to scream at how unfair it is. I have no plan to be anything but honest, and it doesn't matter. They don't believe or trust me. But I don't scream. What good will it do? Nothing will change. After all, this is Protheka. The 2 guards rush me, 1 on each side. They're trying to hurry, to catch me off guard before I can fight back. They don't understand that I won't fight back anyway. I'm tired and defeated. They pull me onto the chair. I close my eyes, positioning my hands without being asked. But at least my help means that they don't pull the straps as tightly as they could, rewarding my compliance. Before I know it, it's all over. I'm tied to the chair. I can feel the smooth material against my skin and open my eyes to look. The chair is much too big for me, clearly not made for a human. It must be sized for the Naga creatures, who seem to be around 7 or 8 feet tall as far as I can guess. The guards have shuffled off to the side, watching quietly from the corner of the room. I can barely see them, only catching a glimpse out of the corner of my eye. The military leader continues to pace, his tongue still flicking in and out. The constant movement is beginning to make me anxious. He finally stops, leaning into my face. He's so close that I can feel the air he breathes on me, and I try not to shudder at the sensation. "What were you doing at the orc camp?" I take a deep breath, steeling myself. Hopefully, if he can tell that I have nothing to hide, he'll take mercy on me. "They invaded my settlement and captured me." "So, you were held against your will?" His eyes flicker. "Yes." I try to keep my voice calm and level. He's so close and it makes me uncomfortable. "Then how did you have the means to attack? Why would a captive walk free?" I blink. I don't know, I admit. My mind races, trying to remember. The whole thing was such a blur. They had me chained, but they came loose. He laughs, but it's a harsh, mocking sound. "Really? Is that the best answer you can come up with? Do you think I'm stupid?" "No!" I exclaim, trying hard not to panic. "No, of course you aren't stupid. I really don't know. There was a lot of fighting going on. I'm not sure what happened. I just realised I was free, and then I grabbed a weapon from a dead orc and—" He straightens up, tasting the air again, and spins another circle around me. "Who taught you to swing an axe?" "No one," I admit again. "It was just a reflex. I didn't want to die." He makes a sound that I can't quite interpret. Then he slides behind me, sharply and suddenly, and grabs the back of my chair. He leans the entire thing back, peering at me. I stare back at his unblinking eyes, nervously swallowing hard. He lets go of the chair, dropping the front legs back onto the ground with a heavy thud. There's a long silence where he says nothing. He glances up at one of the soldiers in the corner, gesturing. The soldier steps forward, but with his back to me, he blocks what happens next from my view. There's a brief shuffling, then the soldier falls away. The captain questioning me now has the whip in his hands. He pulls it taut, making it snap in his hands. I wince at the sound. "What were you doing at the orc camp?" he demands again. My eyes go wide, unsure what to say. I'm afraid that if I repeat what I've already said, he'll hit me. I'm afraid that if I don't, he'll hit me. "What were you doing at the orc camp?" he bellows. "I was being held captive," I shout in terror, closing my eyes. "What were you doing at the orc camp?" "I was their prisoner," I squeak. He cracks the whip against the wall, and I can see the rage on his face. "If you don't talk, you're next," he threatens. His lips are a thin line, and I know that he means it. But I don't know what to say. I don't want to lie, but to be honest, I'd tell him anything he wanted to hear at this point, anything that keeps me from getting struck. I wish I had something else to tell him, but I'm already telling him the truth. I look at him helplessly, knowing that there's nothing I can do. My mind begins to race, trying to think of something, anything, to get me out of this. Maybe I could pretend to have some sort of secret information on the orc camp. I wouldn't even know what he's looking for, though. He gestures the guards forward again. My stomach clenches, feeling nauseous. My palms are sweating, and even strapped against the chair, I can feel how clammy and slippery my hands are now. My hair is hanging in front of my face, itching me, and I wish I could push it out of the way. "Get her out of the chair and hold her down," he growls at them. They do as he says, quickly unstrapping the binding. My heart races as they haul me roughly out of the chair and shove me down to the floor. They push me against the cold stone floor, face down. My back is turned up. One of the guards holds my legs, and the other holds my wrists, and I am splayed out against the ground. Briefly, I think panicked thoughts of making a break for it, of squirming out of their grasp, which I likely could do. But it would do no good, and it would only make my punishment worse once they outmaneuvered me. I can't run far. The whip cracks again in the air, and I tense. Then I hear another voice cut into my thoughts. "I'll take it from here, Captain." The guards let go, and I roll over onto my back. Now I'm looking at the same Naga from the fire. His face is stern, but right now, he feels like an old friend.
Chapter 9. Isma. I move around her, asserting my power and control of the situation. Working in circles around her, I watch with steely eyes. Nothing that I can observe explains how she bested an orc. She's too small and slight, and doesn't give the impression of a warrior. In fact, I can smell her fear in the air now. This is not a woman who has used violence regularly, I know intuitively. I'd wager that she's seen it used by others. The haunted, timid look in her eyes tells me that she knows how bad things can get. She wouldn't have this fear if she didn't understand the level of depravity that occurs on Protheka. As soldiers, we learn to make violence work for us. It can help or hurt you, depending on which side of it you're on. We find ways to channel aggression, not fear it. But if doesn't know how to use it to protect herself. How did she manage to behead an orc? As I wait studying her, the scent of fear begins to subside. This is even more intriguing to me. I'm the commander and the most formidable force here. This human woman makes no sense to me. It's highly illogical that she would be afraid of my assistant but calm with me. And with an orc, brave enough to attack. It crosses my mind to wonder if she's deranged in some way. There's no sensible explanation unless she's diseased in the mind. But she seems reasonable enough. I'm not familiar with humans, but I see no obvious signs of a disturbance. Her behavior is puzzling and contradictory. but not quite far enough to seem detached from reality or a symptom of sickness. I meet her eyes, looking deeply into them. Eyes are one of the easiest ways that I've found to assess someone's condition. I've had many soldiers in my care who break down, whose mind gives way to the stress of battle, who become agitated beyond control. She doesn't have that look about her of someone hiding from a world that has overwhelmed and betrayed them. Her eyes are clear and collected, bright and alert. I stare longer than I should, finding myself unable to look away, even though I found the information that I sought. Something vibrates through me as she looks back, unfamiliar but thrilling. "What is your name?" I ask, and I surprise even myself by how calm my voice is, how gentle. There's a part of me that wants to try again, to make myself more threatening. It goads me that she's so settled in my presence, but I don't repeat myself or change my tone. There's a bigger part of me that doesn't want to scare her away, that finds it a bit alluring. I struggle to think of the last time I met someone who wasn't intimidated by me. For this waif of a human to be one of the names on that short list makes her, somehow, almost charming. "Ava," she replies. Her voice is soft. I continue to pace, tracing circles with her in the middle. Sensing the air, I can tell that her heart rate and breathing have slowed back to normal. The fear that I tasted is gone. I know that I came in here to question her. Asking her name is only the tip of the iceberg, but for some reason I can't seem to make my mouth or brain work well enough to get any other questions out. I don't know what's considered beautiful by human standards. Something about her strikes me as attractive, or at least pleasant to look at. I keep moving around her, just watching her. At this point, I'm doing it just because I enjoy the look of her, though I can't say why. Maybe it's the wild, unruly black hair that intrigues me. Maybe it's how pale and almost translucent her skin is, nothing like the Naga women. It looks soft and dewy, and I can't help but wonder what it would feel like. Or maybe I'm drawn to how unusual she is. Perhaps it's just her differences from the Naga that make me feel a slight fascination with her. I've never seen anything like her before. Is she special? Or is she just new? Even her smell appeals to me. I want to get closer, to breathe her in and figure out where the scent comes from. Is it the hair? I can't tell, and I don't dare take a step nearer. It feels like she is rattling my senses from even this distance, and I don't want to take any chances. I try to focus my thoughts, pushing all of that aside. I'm here to learn if she has any useful information pertinent to the orcs, not make her my friend. But it feels as though she's pushing all my buttons, making my heart race and my brain cloud. The way that she smells, the way she's sitting there so calm and collected, the hair that I can hardly resist the urge to touch. Even the way that she tastes on the air stirs something inside of me. I taste her on the air again just because I liked it the first time. This time it makes me lightheaded. All my overstimulated senses have me dizzy and overwhelmed. I don't know what to do with any of this, and I can't get my head clear to figure it out. I'm sure there's a logical explanation that will come to me, but it's too hard to think right now. In the grip of this strange sensation, I look around the room, trying to gather myself. As I do, I decide that it's the room itself causing me this distress. It's too dim, too bland, too empty, and void-like. I'm over-responsive to her stimulation because there's nothing else for me to focus on. The blank stone walls begin to feel like they're closing in on me, and my head spins. I just want to get out of there. I need to leave this room to sort myself out. Perhaps I need to take a walk, to stretch my legs, or get some fresh air. But I don't want to leave her here. It's an instinctive urge, with no immediate obvious cause. I quickly write it off. When I explore it, trying to rationalize, I decide that it's sensible to see her outside of this contaminated room that distorts my perception. I call the guard over, letting him know that I want her released into my care. As I'm his commander, he doesn't ask any questions. He complies immediately, unstrapping her from the chair. As we leave the interrogation room, she quietly asks, "Where are we going?" I don't know how to answer that, as I haven't thought that far ahead. Getting out of there was my only concern. Where are we going? It's a good question that I'm asking myself, but I won't tell her that I don't know, not wanting to give her the impression that I lack control in any way. A leader never gives those in their charge the opportunity to question their power. I find myself, perhaps mostly by muscle memory, walking toward the cells that held her captive. I still haven't resolved the issue of what I'm going to do when I get there, but I let my feet lead the way anyway. Maybe once I get there, I'll understand why. It feels like I'm following an unspoken command, led by some sort of fate or divine will. I don't know why I'm being pulled the way that I am, but I'm too confident and faithful to argue. The goddess of war herself may be inspiring me in a way that I cannot understand or put into words. All I know is the sense that this is what I must do, so I obey. Near her cell, one of the other women reaches a slim hand through the bars toward me. I slide out of the way, not letting her make contact. It would be unseemly for the commander to lower himself to the level of his hostage. But I do stop to hear the woman out, wanting to at least offer her that much. I have little interest in the problems of mere humans, but we are the current reason for her captivity. It seems prudent to at least listen to and answer the pathetic, helpless thing. "What will happen to us?" the woman cries, sounding frightened. "You are the spoils of war," I declare emphatically. "As such, you will be taken west to the palace and treated as the king sees fit." I do not even have to think about my response, as this is the standard procedure. It comes out as if it's being read from a script. Anything recovered in battle is offered to the king, and redistributed to those he deems most deserving or in need. It's the next words out of my mouth that surprise me. They seem to rise out of nowhere, just like when I had Ava removed from the interrogation room or came back to the cells. Some sort of force is provoking me in the most baffling way. As a religious man, I do not question things I cannot understand. Whatever is guiding me, I believe to be for good cause. My purpose is not to question why, but to simply do at peril of death. I am a vessel to serve the king and the goddess of war, and I do my job humbly. Except you. You will return with me to Fort Marzu.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 books from the Romantasy 100-book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion. Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 books for the price of 10.
400 hours of reading where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing, and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance. Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100-book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 10. Ava. Fort Marzu is an impressive place. I've never been anywhere so large and bustling. The settlements that I come from hardly have the same energy or commotion. He walks me through the fort. Even though he doesn't bother to explain anything, I observe it quietly anyway. There are more people here than I had ever imagined possible, and so many buildings. They range from huge and impersonal to small and cozy. There's a place for anything you could possibly need. Restaurants and stores, little gardens for socializing and big parks for children. Libraries, art houses, and so much more that it makes my head spin. It's intimidating, but exciting. I like how much there is to take in, no matter where you're looking. There's always something to see, something new to learn. It's hard for me to get much of a chance to observe the people because they notice me right away. I can't just quietly watch them, acting natural. I'm too obtrusive, as a human among Naga. But I do see how many of them there are, more than I ever thought possible in one place. They're all so different and unique, some loud, some quiet, some friendly, some grumpy. The Naga as a whole are frightening, though I'd take them over the monstrous brutes that are orcs any day. At least the Naga aren't using me to fulfill their desire for hedonistic pleasure, or inflicting pain and misery for the love of cruelty, the way the dark elves do. The Naga don't seem as deliberately harmful, they just have a cold, calculated indifference. They look at me strangely, almost like a nuisance or a pest. They aren't excited, as much as mildly curious, and mostly disinterested. But I can deal with their disinterest if it means they won't hurt me. I'm just not certain I can trust them. They look at me with suspicion, a stranger who has invaded their land. I can't blame them, not really. If I was them, I probably wouldn't want me here either. Not to mention, if they think humans are beneath them and unnecessary, who is to say that they won't want me terminated in the future? I don't feel the same threat that I did around the orcs, but I don't feel safe either. To add to my uncertainty and worries, I'm not sure why the commander has brought me here. Even on the long journey here, he did not explain why he wanted me to come, or what he planned to do with me once we got here. I feel very alone and subdued, surrounded by these unnerving Naga in this daunting place. As we walk through the fort, it seems like everyone is eager to greet the commander. He's clearly an important figure here. As happy as they are to see him, they're just as distrusting of me. It's not quite as extreme as hatred, but there's a certain clinical curiosity. They stare at me with impassive eyes, studying me with an unfeeling puzzlement. It's as if I came here as a riddle to be solved. Their tongues flick in and out, assessing me. I can almost feel them tasting my skin. It makes my skin crawl, an unwelcome and uncomfortable assault. I try to tell myself that I'm being silly, that at least they're not actually trying to eat me like the orcs. It's truly bizarre, the things you learn to be grateful for when you're a bottom-feeding human here on Protheka. Though the men outnumber the women, there are female Naga here. It surprises me at first. I suppose I just assumed that, since this seems to be a military installation, it would be all male. The female Naga dress just like the men, some with their chests visible and on display. There's no consideration for modesty. It's startling, something that will take me a while to get used to. To be honest, I'm not sure that I ever will. They wear loose, short trousers and a waistcoat. A holster that holds their weapon sits across their hip. I've never seen a culture where the women and the men dress identically, and I can't decide if I like it or not. It's intriguing but hard to wrap my head around. When we walk by one woman in particular, Isma's face changes. I can tell that he recognizes her. Though the expression isn't one of love or even intimacy, he's glad to see her. "Asher," he calls out, "I need you to find Aiva a room. Our guest needs a place to stay. Make sure that she is comfortable." Though I've gathered that Izma likes and trusts this woman, I'm not sure that I do. She turns and stares at me with hostile eyes, looking me up and down with suspicion. A long silence passes, and an involuntary shiver runs down my back at the coldness in her expression. Finally, she speaks. "Come with me," she says, her voice clipped and tense. I follow behind her, with one last helpless glance at Isma. I don't know why, as I have no reason to believe that he's any more help to me than this strange woman. But I have no one else, and this woman seems to hate me. He doesn't react, and I quickly realise I have no choice but to go. I just hope that the fact that he called me a guest means something. My heart palpitates in my chest, worried about where she is taking me. She leads me down a narrow alley, and I think for certain that this may be the end. After all I have survived, I was brought this far to be disposed of unceremoniously by a harmless-looking female. It's almost ironic that the orcs and the soldiers didn't do it. But a woman pretending to find me a guest room is the last stop. But we come out of the alley into a simple little wooden building. It looks quaint and innocent enough, nothing that raises my hackles. She takes me inside and climbs the stairs. At the top of the steps, we pass several closed doors. She stops partway down the long hallway and opens a door. She doesn't wait for me to catch up, just walks inside. I follow her, though she doesn't seem to care if I do or not. It's not like I have any other choice, really. Inside the room, I spin in a circle, taking it in. It's nothing particularly fancy, but it looks comfortable. The bed is plush, with warm blankets. The decorations are sparse, but it's the nicest room I've had in some time. Then I notice another little door. I poke my head inside, curious, and realise that the room has a bath to wash up in. My heart flutters a little, and I smile to myself. It's officially crossed the line to being the nicest room I've ever had. To me, this is luxurious. I wipe the excitement off my face, not wanting to look over-eager. Then I straighten up, turning around to face the bedroom again. The woman is still there, staring at me. I wait uncomfortably, but she does not speak. Her face isn't hateful, but it's still wary. I'm sure that her offering me this nice bedroom has something to do with my changing opinion of her. But now, while I no longer think she means to do me harm, it's still clear that she doesn't trust or like me. I don't know why, as I obviously haven't done anything to her. I just met her, and she doesn't even know me. But many of the other races on Protheka don't care for humans, and the Naga are probably no different. She's staring at me with something like a mixture of curiosity and resentment in her eyes. I don't know what to do. I doubt very much that I can ask her to leave, though I wish she would if she's going to just creep me out. Finally, she voices a thought out loud. "What are you doing here?" "I don't know," I admit honestly. "The commander made me come with him. I hope that maybe this is enough to ease her suspicions. I'm not trying to invade her space. Though, if she has an interest in the commander, she may not like any woman being around him. I didn't read any sort of intimacy in his face when he greeted her, but it could be one-sided. That could explain her distaste for me. "Why is the commander bringing a human back here?" she asks, her eyes narrowing. "I don't know," I repeat helplessly. "He seems to have a lot of questions for me. He's been interested in learning more about something he saw me do." "What's that?" the female Naga counters. She doesn't sound as hostile anymore, just genuinely curious. There's a hint of disbelief, and it's clear that she doesn't think a human could do anything interesting enough to draw the commander's interest. But she's intrigued to know what happened nonetheless. I bite my lip momentarily, wondering what she'll think of my answer. Briefly, it occurs to me that I might be making a mistake answering truthfully, but it hasn't hurt me so far with the commander, so I decide to just go for it. "I took the head off an orc," I tell her bluntly, "with an axe." Her eyes widen in surprise, and a hint of a smile creeps across her thin lips. She looks amused, and finally that vague, heavy distrust and suspicion seems to be gone. "Maybe you do belong here after all," she muses, her eyes twinkling with a faint glint of humour.
Chapter 11. Isma. I wake up early the next morning, as I do every day. I begin my day by standing on the balcony, basking in the morning sun as it rises, as I do every day. But what makes today different is that I wake up excited. I can't remember the last time that I did that. It's the knowledge that Ava is here. It fills me with something close to giddiness, an emotion I didn't know I was capable of. It's both thrilling and unnerving that I should care this much about a woman who is a stranger. I know nothing about her, so why do I keep thinking about her? Why is she my first thought upon waking? Why does everything seem to revolve around her, a person who is nobody to me? I can't help but wonder, as I have for the past couple days, if it isn't a sign from the goddess, a divine intervention, if you will. There's no other explanation that fits for me, why I feel myself pulled to her the way that I do. I don't know yet what the rest of the calling will be, but I have other, more immediate problems to focus on while I wait for the bigger picture to reveal itself. I must deal with the other women who are still in their holding cells, quickly. I can't leave them there, even if they're the least of my concerns. I also need to figure out why we're having trouble with the orcs now, and how to stop any further attacks before we risk losing any more territory. The first item on my agenda is a morning meeting to discuss Outpost 3. Captain Foz and I lay out some ideas as to why the outpost nearly fell. It's of extreme urgency that we solve any potential weaknesses that are leaving us vulnerable to attack. But, as serious as this meeting is, I still find my mind wandering from the task at hand. Instead, I'm frequently redirecting my thoughts back to business and away from her. Who is she? And why can't I stop wondering about her? How did she kill that orc? What is the mystery that I sense she is hiding? Captain Foz gives me a few curious glances, as though he can feel my distraction. He's too good of a friend to call me on it, but I resolve to do a better job. I'm a commander, after all, and this is inexcusable. I need to get her out of my thoughts as soon as possible, I decide. The only way to do that is to get to the bottom of things. I must continue the interrogation and find the answers that I seek. Then I can stop wondering about this strange girl. Our meeting finally ends, though it's dragged on considerably longer than it should have due to my distraction. Free to return to my quarters in the afternoon, it's time for a late lunch. As I ponder what to eat, a thought strikes me. I turn it over in my head, deciding that I'm rather fond of it. I can order lunch for 2 and invite the girl here. Then I can continue to question her over a meal. I tell myself that it's a sensible solution. I do have to eat after all. Not only will it combine tasks and save me some time, but perhaps it will help me to gain her trust and cooperation. I carefully ignore the voice in my head that says I want to invite her to lunch just because I'd enjoy having her there. That I'm using it as an excuse to see her over a nice meal. That I just can't resist her company when I normally take my meals alone. I think for a moment, trying to decide on a lunch that will suit us both. I don't know much about humans, but I know that they have a different palate and food tastes than we do. I end up calling on my staff to bring me the girl, along with a meal for us both. I order meat that has been touched by fire, which is very unusual for me. But I know humans cannot eat it raw. I also request fresh berries, milk, sliced cheese, and bread. I hope that all these things will please her. And then I remind myself hurriedly that I'm only trying to make her happy to gain her trust. It's a transactional lunch, I tell myself firmly. I'm not doing it to win her approval of me for personal reasons. While I wait for them to bring the lunch, and the girl, I pace the room. I nearly consider cleaning, just to have something to do with my nervous energy. But as I look around the space, there's really nothing to clean. So, I continue to walk in a large, anxious circle around the room, fidgeting my hands together. It's unlike me to be struck with such a profound sense of uncertainty. I'm typically very confident and in charge, with no second thoughts or questions. When the knock on the door comes, I stand up straight, caught off guard by the sudden pounding of my heart. It's not her, just the servant setting the table for lunch. I swallow down my disappointment, not wanting to think about it right now. None of this should matter to me the way that it does. Luckily, a few minutes later, one of them returns with her in tow. She walks in shyly with those same big, clear eyes that stole my breath the other day. Their effect, it turns out, is not any less powerful the second time. I shake my head, trying to clear it. Why does this girl rattle me so? I wanted to invite you to lunch, I begin simply. The slight cloud across her pretty features lifts instantly. Something about the genuine happiness that flickers there when her worries are removed makes me want to make her face look like that all the time. It strikes something deep inside of me, resonating with a warm, full-bodied joy that's unfamiliar. But now that I've felt it, I crave more. Come. Sit, I urge, pulling out her chair. My voice is unintentionally soft, too distracted by her to pay attention to my own voice. She does, smiling demurely at me. As she sits down, she flips her long dark hair over her shoulder. I catch a whiff of her delectable smell, which makes my stomach clench in delight. Having her so close is nerve-wracking, but exhilarating. I cross to the other side of the small table, taking my own seat. Watching her look down at her plate, I suddenly feel my throat tighten nervously. It's strange to worry that someone who is a nobody like her won't like my food. She's a captive and I'm a commander. Why am I worried about impressing her? It's meat, I tell her. Berries, cheese, and bread. The drink is milk. I hate the twinge of desperation that I can hear in my voice, like a needy little child. But she just smiles softly. Thank you, she says, and my heart soars at the tiniest little bit of praise. I begin to eat, hoping that soon she'll feel comfortable to do the same. She does, following my lead. I keep trying to remind myself that I've invited her here for a reason. Beautiful as she is, I can't just stare at her. I have a job to do. I start by flicking my tongue in and out, assessing the situation. She's calm, I can tell, and not distressed or fearful. That's a good sign. How long were you at the orc camp? I begin. Her face turns and I feel almost guilty at ruining what could have been a pleasant meal. Stop it, I tell myself. You didn't invite her here for a social call. I'm not sure, she admits. The experience at an orc camp is... She falters for a moment, and I must work very hard to ignore the stab of sympathy in my heart. It's not good, she concludes simply. The days all kind of blend together. I don't know, months maybe. We eat in silence for a bit longer, while I consider what she said. I don't want to open a wound by asking painful questions that can be avoided, and even her simple statement tells me a lot if I read between the lines. The fact that they didn't kill her quickly intrigues me, and I file that away for the future. But I don't push it yet, partly because I doubt that she knows why. Whatever reason they had for letting her live, she didn't receive enough favoritism to be their ally. A headless orc is enough testimony to that. How did you end up there? They attacked my settlement, she says with a shrug, as though it's just one of those things. Her casual indifference surprises me, but humans are quite weak. It must be rather common for the orcs to brutalize the human settlements. It seems to fit what I expect from both orcs and humans. Plus, I can tell by the taste in the air and her pheromones that she isn't lying. Did you like your settlement? I ask softly, and I wonder where the question even came from. It has no bearing on my investigation. Why am I wasting my time on this? And why am I practically holding my breath, waiting for her answer? Why does it suddenly seem so important to absorb every little detail about her life? Why can't I stop staring at her long dark hair and wondering what it would feel like to run my fingers through it? What is happening to me?
Chapter 12. Ava. I wake up the next morning feeling more refreshed than I have in ages. Not only is the bed comfortable and relaxing, but my private room has a door with a lock. It might not sound like much, but it's a comfort I haven't had for a long time. The sense of security that it instills in me managed to lull me into a deep sleep, much deeper than I'm used to. When I wake up, it's almost startling. I hadn't expected to sleep so well or so long. I pace around the room, anxious at first, and looking for signs of anything amiss. But as I see that nothing bad has happened while I slumbered, it becomes easier to enjoy it. I feel good, and I have no complaints about that. Now that I'm wide awake, I'm at loose ends. The Naga who brought me here asked me a few questions at lunch yesterday, but I haven't heard anything further. I don't know if he'll be back today, but I suppose it doesn't matter. It's not like I have anything to do but wait for him. I'm a stranger in a strange land here. I have no plans and nowhere to go, so it doesn't matter if I'm allowed to leave the room or not. I'll just stay here until he sends word and lets me know what he expects. I still am not entirely sure why he brought me here, but I don't want to upset him. So far, he's been much more pleasant than the orcs. I dress and clean up in the attached bathroom, relishing the feeling. Having a convenient way to stay clean is very exciting to me, and I enjoy every moment of it. I washed my clothes in the bathtub last night, hanging them to dry overnight. Now, putting them on, I give a silly, overwhelmed giggle. Having decent, clean clothes to wear for the first time in a long time is dizzying. I'm checking out my reflection in the mirror, feeling pleased, when there's a knock at the door. I hurry to answer, not wanting to leave the commander waiting. As I rush to the door, I wonder if he'll notice my clean clothes. Then I shake my head, trying to dismiss such an absurd thought. Too much sleep has made me giddy and punch-drunk. I open the door, but my eyes widen in surprise to see that it isn't the commander. It's the Naga female who showed me to my room. "I came to show you around the fort," she says brightly. "My name is Asha." Her tone is friendly enough, which confuses me slightly. I had gotten the impression that she didn't like me much, only finding me a room to stay in because it was an order from the commander. She did seem interested to hear about how I murdered the orc, though. I wonder if she's inviting me out because the commander made her do that too. Or maybe my orc story changed her opinion of me. I'm slightly wary and unsure, but I nod my head in overwhelming agreement anyway. I don't know how long I'll be here, but I don't want to reject any allies that I might be able to make. I don't know what her interest in me is, but I'm clearly a bottom feeder among the Naga. Having anyone on my side is an asset. It does cross my mind, as I pull the door shut behind me, to wonder if the commander will be looking for me. But, I tell myself, it's not like he said I wasn't allowed to leave. The idea of getting out of this room and getting to see the fort appeals greatly to me, much better than being stuck in a boring room all day. Aiva takes me around the fort, showing me the various sights and sounds. She's very animated and friendly, a huge departure from her behaviour just the other day. It quickly becomes clear that I can trust her. She's not doing this as an order. It might have taken her a while to warm up to me, but the fact that I decapitated an orc obviously made a favourable impression on her. If I had known I'd be such a hero, maybe I would have tried it a while ago. I never would have guessed I could do such a thing, and only tried out of sheer desperation. But not only did I get rid of that loathsome, hideous orc, it seems to have been my ticket out of that hellhole. Now I have a private room, bathroom, and a friend. Not a bad trade. She shows me a few restaurants and bars. Some are a bit seedier, meant for the military personnel to relax and unwind. Asha gives me an apologetic look before she shows me around, but quickly relaxes when she sees that I can handle it. She clearly has no idea what I've seen. Others are much more family-friendly, meant to be casual entertainment for everyone. The fort doesn't hold just soldiers, but their mates and children as well. I see other evidence of children as we walk around. There are playgrounds, fields for playing games, stores, and a school. Even some of the houses have children's games and toys outside. It's an interesting mixture, to have these childlike features mixed in with soldiers carrying weapons and training. But no one seems to bat an eye, and I guess the residents have all become used to it. Kids kick a ball around in one park, while a cluster of men casually clean their weapons at a table a few feet away. As Asha walks me around, we are approached several times by other Naga women that she knows. They are warriors like her, not just the mates of soldiers. She must have mentioned me, because they look at me curiously as they approach, as though I am a riddle, and they are looking for a clue. "This is her," she keeps saying excitedly to each new woman. I can't help but wonder what they have been told, or who they think I am. Somehow it's beginning to feel like I won't be as exciting as they have been promised. But I guess I will deal with that later, because for now they are still interested and I'm enjoying the attention. They ask a few questions about the orc, and I find myself starting to embellish it a little. The whole thing is something of a blur to me anyway, so it's hard to say what, exactly, the truth is. I don't lie outright, just increase the dramatics a bit. It's more fun to make it sound like I am a warrior, like them, tough and fearsome, than to admit that it was a fluke and I got lucky. Luckily, they don't only want to talk about that. It's something of an icebreaker, a way to begin the conversation. But now that I'm in with them, They have lots to talk about. They ask me about being a human. They ask about my settlement and the dark elves who kept us as slaves. They ask about the orcs who captured us and what it was like. It's not as much fun to recall those dark and painful memories, but I answer their questions anyway. Asha is mostly quiet while the other women talk, but I can see her eyes begin to beam with pride at me. She is impressed by my strength and all that I have been through. It's the first time that I think maybe I am too. I suppose I have survived a lot, but it always felt like a tragedy. I never stopped to think that maybe the fact that I have lived through it all is a success on its own. We haven't gotten very far through the fort, stopping frequently to make conversation with people that Asha knows. I've enjoyed it so far, and our time together, but I know there's a lot more to see. We're standing near a row of markets when I see him walking toward us. The commander. My heart skips a strange little beat and begins to pound. My stomach turns over wildly, butterflies exploding at the sight of him. I can't tell if I am happy to see him or scared. I'm staring at him as he walks down the path toward us. At first, I don't know if he sees us or not. But then he looks up and our eyes lock. The pounding in my chest gets stronger, as though I might explode any minute. A jolt of adrenaline shoots through me, electric and exhilarating. I can barely hear Asha talking over the buzzing in my ears. I know she's saying something. I can recognize the familiar tone. But I can't focus enough to concentrate and listen, and I'm unable to tear my eyes away from him. Ava, I hear Asha saying off to the side. From the sound of her voice, she said it more than once. I reply, distracted by him. She follows my gaze to see him coming closer. He makes his way around the crowds of people, finally standing in front of me. I feel almost sick, my stomach fluttering wildly. I'm holding my breath, even if I don't know why. Thank you for accompanying our guest, Asha. I appreciate your hospitality in entertaining her today. If you both don't mind, I'd like to take over from here, he says. His voice, raspy and thrilling, sends a shiver down my spine. Of course, Commander, Asha replies. She bows her head respectfully. Then, with one last glance toward me, she shuffles away with the other women. There's a certain twinkle in her eyes, and I have the presence of mind to briefly wonder what it means. But I don't think about it for long. I'm too happy to see him again, even if I don't know why.
Chapter 13. Isma. When the women leave us at the fort, I stare at her for so long that she gives me an awkward, nervous smile. I know that it's a hint to stop staring, but it's so hard. I've never seen anyone like her, and she makes me feel like a child on a holiday. Did Asha show you everything? I finally ask in a low voice, still unable to tear my eyes off her beautiful, glowing face. Not everything, she admits. We kept getting stopped by the women on the fort. They wanted to meet me. Was their behavior acceptable for welcoming our guest? Yes, she says softly. Something flickers across her eyes, enough to give me pause. The women are nice to you? I ask more urgently. Yes, she reassures me, firmly this time. Asha seems very nice. I think she likes me. Who wouldn't? I reply unthinkingly. I'm too distracted, wondering what that flickering emotion across her face means. I'm normally pretty good at reading expressions, but that one has me stumped. Then, too late, I realize what I have said. The look on her face tells me that she heard it too, but she's not sure how to take it. I clear my throat, deciding to change the subject. Let's go, I say abruptly. I'll show you the best parts of the fort. I crook my elbow and she slides her arm into mine. It tingles where her skin touches me, and I have to work hard to keep the smile from my face. It's not a look that I want everyone to see me with here at the fort. As we walk around, I can't help but notice how she is driving me wild. Her hair, her smile, everything about her makes me feel as though I'm hovering on the edge of losing control. I've never felt this sort of emotion toward anyone, ever in my life. What is it about her? Why does she bring out these feelings in me? I try hard to conceal it, not wanting anyone to find out my little secret. It's not just the other warriors at the fort that I'm hiding from. I don't want her to know either, or I may inadvertently be giving her too much power over me. There's still a lot I don't know about this woman. I don't know who she is or where she comes from. She's clearly not a friend of the orcs, but that doesn't mean that I can trust her either. If I let her know she can tug on my heartstrings, I may weaken my standing and make myself vulnerable. Better to let her have no idea about the effect that she has on me. Despite my resolution, I find myself paying very little attention as I show her around the fort. It's a quick and hurried tour, and I barely focus. In the end, I'm not even sure what I've already covered and what I haven't. I'm so caught up in my thoughts that I hardly participate, even though I'm the one leading it. She doesn't seem to notice, or at least if she does, she doesn't complain. She walks beside me, listening to every word. I almost wish that I could put more energy into giving a good introduction to the fort to meet the effort she's spending on listening. What I'm really thinking about is how I want to ask her more questions. I want to know who she is and where she's from. I want to know how worried I should be that I think about her every waking moment. I want to know why I'm captivated by her and what this power is that she seems to have over me. But I can't ask any of these things, not here in front of all these people. So instead, I begin to lead her out of the fort. At first, she doesn't react. But when it's clear that we're getting further and further away from the crowds and the other Naga, she starts to seem a bit uneasy. I try to figure out where I should take her so that we can talk in private. I suppose it should be obvious to me that I need to consider how being alone with a strange woman might look. But to be honest, since she's a human, it doesn't occur to me right away. It isn't until she finally speaks that I put more thought into it. "Where are we going?" she asks, and I can hear the nervousness in her voice. I know what she's implying, and it's almost fascinating that I never thought about it. As commander, I'd never take a female Naga privately into the woods this way, because I'd know how inappropriate it could be construed. It's interesting that I don't take the same consideration for a human, especially one so beautiful that I'm borderline obsessed with. But now that she's mentioned it, it's hard to dismiss the thought. Not that I'd ever want to make her uncomfortable, of course. It's just that the idea of the two of us in private suddenly becomes very real and very appealing. I can feel a bright spot of red rise to my cheeks, thinking about it. I try to ignore it and hope she doesn't notice. "Just for a walk in the forest," I assure her. "We've seen the fort, but I want to be able to talk to you in private. Plus, the view is worth the walk." She follows me into the forest obediently. I'm distracted by my thoughts, starting to find myself worried about this mysterious woman's background. I still find myself drawn to her, for a reason that I'm sure is significant even if I can't understand it. My intuition tells me to keep her close. I trust my instincts. But the reality is that I don't know exactly what my intuition is telling me. I know there's something to discover about this human, but what? If she turns out to be a spy, and I must get rid of her, I don't know if I can take it. I've become attached to her in this short time. It's hard to explain in a logical way, but I just can't bear the thought of losing her now. I want her to stay here at the fort, and I'm afraid that whatever secret she is hiding may ruin it. I study her as we walk through the woods. The scenery truly is breathtaking. The forests here are astounding, but none of it is as beautiful as she is. It doesn't take long for me to sense her agitation. I feel a bit unnerved by it at first. She was nervous even before we came out here. Why did I dismiss her feelings so quickly? Why didn't I make sure she was okay? She was happy in the fort. She was enjoying herself there. I'm not sure what it is that has rattled her, but it's apparent that she's very on edge. I feel guilty for not paying attention earlier. "What's the matter?" I ask her in a low, gentle voice. She lets out a deep sigh. "It just makes me feel unsafe," she admits. "Being out here in the forest." Her words pierce me, and I grimace uncomfortably. I'm the reason that she's here at all. This was all my idea, and I feel overwhelmed by a desperate need to make it right. I stop walking, grabbing both her hands. You don't need to worry about your safety, I insist. You're with me. I won't let anything happen to you. I'll protect you from any harm. My words don't seem to help. In fact, she stiffens at my touch. Her spine goes rigid, and all her muscles tighten. With wide, anxious eyes, she stares at me as though she isn't certain she can trust my enthusiasm. I stare into her eyes, overwhelmed by the confusing emotions that I feel when I meet her gaze. Her eyes are big, warm and soft, and they resonate something inside of me that I never knew was there. I mean every word that I have said, even though I didn't have time to filter my thoughts and they came blurting out. They're the truth. I won't let anything happen to her, whatever it takes. But if she doesn't believe me, and my talking just scares her further, I don't know how else to prove it. And then suddenly, I do. With no words, I wrap my hands tightly around her waist. Pulling her into me, I kiss her passionately. I let my lips say everything that I do not know how to convey, all the thoughts that come in between my words. I half expect her to run away, or to slap me. She's afraid and scared, and now I've pushed this on her. It's a stupid idea, I think, but it's too late. It's already happening. And then, much to my surprise, she kisses me back. For the briefest moment, I'm drowning in it. Everything is perfect. And then something inside me snaps like a rubber band pulled too tight. I pull away, trying to collect myself. This is wrong. I can't do this. As much as I want to, I can't. I take her by the arm, trying hard to find the line between being too gruff and too gentle. I don't want to encourage any further intimacy, but I also don't want to scare her. This is my own mistake, not hers. I've been swayed by her pretty face, but that doesn't make it okay. Holding her firmly and detachedly by the arm, I tighten my demeanor to something more professional, more suited for a commander and his detainee, and I lead her back to the fort where she belongs.
Chapter 14. Ava. I've been at Fort Marzu now for a week. I still feel a little out of place, not entirely sure why I'm here. I know that the commander is interested in learning how I killed the orc, but he could have continued to question me in my prison cell. I'm not complaining, of course. It's much better to be here, even if I'm not sure what I did to deserve such accommodations. The commander's intentions for me are less clear than ever, since that unexpected kiss in the forest. He hasn't explained or even mentioned it since. I've barely even seen him since then. If I had to guess, I'd think that he's avoiding me. But even if he is, I'm not sure how to take that fact either. It's obvious that he didn't bring me here to be a playmate in the bedroom, or he'd continue to pursue me. He's above me in every way, so he could get away with just about anything. It's not like humans have any power here, or anywhere, really. And if it was just a weird mistake or an idle curiosity, I'd think he could at least acknowledge it. I thought I was here so that he could interrogate me further, and that's going to be a bit tough to do if he can't even talk to me. But I figure that's his problem, not mine. I like it here. I'm safe and being fed regularly. I have a nice bed and bathroom. The Naga treat me with something that isn't exactly respect, but it's at least not violence or loathing. I'll take it. Even if the commander is avoiding me, Asha keeps me company. So in addition to my basic needs being met, I have a friend and entertainment. She's been showing me some basic fighting moves and strategy. I've picked up on her lessons quickly and really enjoyed them. I'm still in my room, late in the morning, when there's a knock on the door. I assume it will be Asha again, like it usually is. I swing open the door with a happy grin, realizing too late that it's Isma instead. A brief look of confusion flickers across my face, surprised to see him. But it's soon chased away by an even bigger grin than I had for Asha. I haven't seen him much over the last few days, but I'm still happy every time he does come by. His eyes are bright but veiled with politeness. I can tell he's still not here to talk about our kiss from the other day, but that's okay. I can let it go if he can. Today you will accompany me into Marzulla. It is the city that serves and provides for Fort Marzu's needs. Okay. I answer, unable to think of anything else. I don't know why he's taking me out of the fort, or what he plans for me in the city. At this point, I trust him well enough that I can tamp down my anxiety, but I'm still a bit wary. He nods. Are you ready to depart for your tour? Oh, I exclaim in surprise. It's a tour. He looks at me in confusion, clearly thinking that part should have been obvious. I don't know how we went from kissing to barely speaking to spending the day in the city together. But who am I to argue? Yes, I add hastily. I'm ready. A glimmer of a smile appears on his lips, but he quickly pushes it down. Clearing his throat, he turns to lead the way. I follow behind him, not bothering to hide my own smile. Marzulla is a large, bustling city. It takes a lot to provide for the large Fort Marzu. Marzulla has everything that you could imagine the fort might need, and some things that they probably don't. There are the more practical factories, where goods are manufactured. Everything from clothing to processed foods to games and books are made at various locations in the city. Storefronts offer plenty of shopping opportunities. Some are standalone buildings, and others are a series of merchant stalls set up like a market or bazaar. There are various forms of entertainment. Bars and restaurants, theatres, and places to play simple recreational games and sports are among most common choices. And of course, to offer all these things, it takes a lot of people. The citizens of the city are everywhere, so many that it's overwhelming to look at. Some areas of the city are quieter than others, but virtually nowhere is private. The degree of the crowd that you face varies from one section of town to another, but there's always a crowd. Isma takes me on a thorough tour, but he treats it very formally. He explains, in detail, how the soldiers take leave to come to the city, the rules for both day trips and overnight stays, and how they pay for their goods. He explains the contracts that exist between the fort and various businesses for their goods and services. After a while, it makes me laugh, how detailed he is. I like just looking around, seeing the clever decorations made from Tora horns or the whittled art from the Typh tree. These fun and frivolous items are new to me, something that we didn't have time for as slaves of the Dark Elves. I try to gently point it out to him, because I'd rather have him as a sightseeing companion than a military expert. I'm not in the military, I say. I don't need to know how everything is oiled in your business. I just like being here, with you, taking in everything, the sights and sounds. He blinks at me, then nods. The tour doesn't come to a complete halt, but I can tell that I've pushed him into silence. Though he's heard what I said about not needing military explanations, he's not sure what else to say. I realise, belatedly, that he simply views everything through that lens. I try to recover the conversation as we walk through the marketplace. I pick up various goods, showing and sharing them with him. He follows my lead with a meek smile, and we exclaim over the smells of the freezer and the samana. We sniff a soap scented with resin herb and look at the scarves and sweaters made from thistle fur. I shriek in surprise when a few gallus chase me, flying by a storefront. He laughs, but apologetically explains that in this part of the city, some store owners let them wander. Izmah is still quiet, but he's trying hard to make this tour enjoyable. I appreciate that he's taken my suggestion and stopped comparing everything to how it applies to the fort, just taking the time to be here in the moment with me instead. He explains to me the things that I don't understand or recognise, as my history as a slave and captive means that there's a lot of things that I'm unfamiliar with. He teaches me about some of the herbs and how they're prepared in food. He shows me how to avoid the miners, birds who hang around the city looking for crumbs to steal. As always, everyone is staring at me curiously. It's not as bad as it could be, because at least I don't think they're going to hurt me. It's a bit uncomfortable, being the centre of attention and having everyone stare at you like a weird anomaly. But even if they don't like me, I feel better knowing that I'm here with Isma. I'm not sure how they'd treat me if I came here alone. With him by my side, however, I know that he won't let anyone hurt me. Whenever anyone stares a little too long or looks a little too sharply, He quickly puts an end to it with one threatening, no-nonsense glare. Even in this crowded city, he has a way of making things happen. No one argues with Isma, and I'm glad that he has my back. It's clear that I can trust him to take care of me. The city is huge, and we could wander through it for days. But eventually, he leads me to a tavern for lunch. I've been enjoying myself too much to notice my hunger pangs, but now that we're here, I realise that I'm starving. We sit down at a table together, and he helps me to order. Not everything on the menu appeals to a human, as Naga and humans have different tastes. But together, we work out the best choices. I end up picking grilled gallus meat, and he laughs. "Is this revenge for the birds that chased you?" he teases. I laugh too. I'm very vindictive, I agree. He smiles, and there's a twinkle of humour in his eye. He orders a few different side dishes for me to try. I can't make up my mind which is my favourite, as each one seems better than the one before it. There are various kinds of cheeses and breads, fruit salads, and a salty, smoky soup made from broth stewed out of columba horns. Izmah seems pleased, watching me enjoy my food. At first, I feel a bit embarrassed to be eating like this in front of him, but the look of satisfaction on his face quickly reassures me that I have nothing to feel silly about, and it's too hard to resist. I never ate like this before coming to the fort with him. Food was a means of survival, something I did just to quiet my starving belly. I never got to experience this whimsical side of sitting in a tavern with plates of food. We eat and talk and laugh, enjoying each other's company. And, despite all our differences as a Naga and a human, it doesn't take long before it feels like I have known him all my life. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 15. Izmah. The afternoon has been more enjoyable than I could have ever imagined, and certainly more than I intended. If I am to be brutally honest with myself, I was hoping to merely make Ava feel more comfortable in the surroundings into which I have placed her, as well as spend some time with her. Instead, I have found myself wrapped up in her. Watching her discover Marzulla and our culture is like seeing with new eyes. Through her, I find a new sense of awe and connection to this land and to my people, as well as to those who are not like us, and she is certainly not. There are times when she catches me watching her, and her skin flushes with color, a beautiful shade of pink, like the flowers that grow along the edge of the forest. How strange and yet beautiful she is. It is time that we return to Fort Marzu, I say as she finishes her drink. Her face is even more flushed after emptying the large tankard, and I'm reminded that her body is much frailer than that of the Naga, who would easily be able to drink 5 of these without feeling the effects. It is obvious that she is slightly inebriated, and I can't help but smile as she wobbles slightly when she stands before laughing, and I catch her. "That is some good stuff," she says, giggling away to herself. "The best in Marzulla," I reply. "Come, let me help me." She looks up at me with eyes that shine, and I have to stop myself from taking her cheek in my large clawed hand and stroking it, but I push these urges down. I have already overstepped the boundary with her by kissing her previously. This was not my intention for today. The walk back to the fort is a slow one, and I answer her many questions about the city she has experienced today. It warms me to see how interested and appreciative she is of it. But then I suppose she has never been given the opportunity to enjoy such things before. Humans live a very different life to most other species here on Protheka. I'm more aware of that now than ever before. If I were to think about it more, it may even be that I feel a degree of sorrow for them, now that I know that people like Ava exist. The slow walk back has helped to sober her up somewhat, though she is still laughing whenever she misplaces a foot. I will escort you back to your chamber, I say to her, when she knocks into me for at least the 10th time. Thank you, she replies, and thank you for today. In all of my life, I have never known such... She trails off, and I'm left wondering what it is she was going to say to me. All I can do is hope that it is a positive, affirming message, which from her demeanor I am guessing is so. When we finally get to her room, I swing open the door and she walks over to the bed and falls back onto it, letting out a deep sigh as her body hits the mattress. Looking at her makes my chest swell with something so warm and unfamiliar. It completely takes me by surprise. Anyway, thank you, Izmah. She pulls herself up onto her elbows to find my gaze locked onto her. I can't help it. I am unable to tear myself away. What? She asks innocently. But nothing comes. I can find no words to adequately express what I'm feeling, and am unused to being so inept when it comes to such things. We simply stare at each other, saying nothing, but when I flick out my tongue, it is clear we are communicating in other ways, even if words escape us. When she gets up from the bed, her dark hair is tousled and wild, and the look on her face is different to how she usually acts when in my presence. She wants me. I can taste it. I kick out at the door, which slams shut, and all I can think about, is her. I grab her waist when she reaches me, my mouth finding hers again, and it is like coming home. I can never imagine not feeling these lips on mine, her body in my embrace. What is this? Her lips part, and she treats me to the taste of her tongue reaching out for mine and tangling with it until I am bursting for her. She brings her hands to my face, urging me closer to her, exploring my mouth as I do hers. Every part of my body is alive and tingling, and my groin is on fire. Pulling back, I look into her eyes, feeling her hot, ragged breaths on my scales. I want you so much, she whispers, and it almost sounds as if she is begging to be touched. I run my hand over her backside and squeeze softly, wanting to discover every part of her. I can taste her desire and am almost undone by my own. But I'm aware that she is still under the influence of what she has drunk, and that she is, of course, so much smaller than me. We are so different, I say. I do not wish to hurt you. She looks up at me, her forehead working into a frown. How would that happen? Taking her hand, I place it over my groin, and she gasps as she traces it over the swell. Her touch alone makes me want to cry out, but I stifle my desire in case this is too much for her. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 16, Ava. My body has never felt so relaxed, and I have never been so glad to inhabit it. That's not something I thought I could experience, but then I have never known anyone like Isma before. I squeeze my thighs together, remembering the feeling of him there, and reach over the bed, but it is empty. Then I hear the swish of his tail on the floor and pull myself up on my elbows. The sun is barely up, and all I can see is his silhouette, that huge, muscular body that I got to know so much better a few hours ago. "Go back to sleep," he hisses. "Only if you join me," I reply, sad that he is leaving me already. A few large steps, and he is next to the bed, leaning over me. I am the commander of this base. I have a job to do and need to get on with it. When I reach out to him, he kneels down on the floor beside the bed and leans over to kiss me. I still can't help but be shocked by his tongue and the sharp fangs that threaten my skin. But it is delightfully, sinfully, dangerous and alluring. "Of course you do," I say, pulling away from him. "I was just hoping you might do it in a little while. Last night was very special." I turn onto my side, the bedsheet slipping from my naked body, my chest hanging loose. He eyes me, wantonly, and I know that he wishes to stay as much I want him to. He smooths his hand down my body, dipping down into my waist, and then back up over my hips. "Beautiful," he says.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
We lay, silent for longer than I am even aware of, still joined, skin and scales sticking together. "I am very glad I stayed," he finally says. I smile, not having the energy to laugh and reach for his hand. "As am I. And you are okay?" "Is that not obvious?" I ask. He kisses my shoulder. "It seems that humans are stronger than I thought. And Naga are talented in more ways than I knew." He lies on his back, tugging me close to him. "There are many things that both of us do not know," he says. I smile and run my fingers over the soft scales of his muscular chest. Perhaps he is right. Because who would have thought that something so wonderful could come from being taken by orcs and then by the Naga? Surely something this good has to be right. Not even Protheka could poison such a thing. "Maybe," I reply.
Chapter 17. Izmah. It has been 3 days since the night that I joined with Ava. 3 days since it became clear that everything in my life would never be the same. 3 days that I have been barely able to concentrate on anything else. Thoughts of Ava fill my every waking moment, and some of the sleeping ones too. It's made it hard for me to function. Just doing my job suddenly feels like an overwhelming struggle, when before it always felt like my obvious, innate calling. I know that my job is of vital importance, but I can't concentrate to do it properly. It's making me irritable and snappy. Every time someone interrupts my thoughts from Ava, I feel an immediate, agitated reaction. Then I feel guilty because I know that I need to stop thinking about her and do my job. That only makes me more agitated, and it feels like a vicious cycle that I can't break out of. It doesn't help that I'm not getting enough sleep at night, obsessing about her. I wonder what she's doing and if she's thinking about me. I dream about her and wake myself up. And it's not all just happy thoughts and pleasant memories that are taking over my mind. I'm not captured by merely sweet recollections. Instead, I'm genuinely plagued by worries. The night was fantastic, and there's certainly enough to think back on fondly. But I'm confused as to what that means for the future. Is she my mate now? She can't be. She's a human. It was just screwing. I'm a Naga in the prime of my life, and I have nothing to be ashamed of for enjoying her body. Because that's all that it was. Naga are superior creatures, meant to reap the benefits of the best that life has to offer. Our advanced intelligence, skills, and physical prowess are why we deserve the best of the best. And that applies to sexual partners. I can have a thrilling night with a beautiful woman, mate or not. But no matter how much I try to convince myself that she isn't my mate, she can't be. It never seems to take. None of the excuses that I come up with resolve the issue in my mind. If she isn't my mate, why can't I stop thinking about her? Why is it unlike anything that I've ever experienced before? It's not just the screwing, though that was good. I'm just as preoccupied by remembering our day in Marzulla together, or the lunch at the tavern. The way her smile lights up the corners of her eyes, the way that her laugh melts through me, making me feel all warm and slippery. I knew from the first day that I saw her that something was drawing me toward her. There was a magnetic pull, and once I felt it, there was no stopping it. I couldn't escape. I couldn't let her go. Even though I didn't know why or how to put what I was feeling into words. When our eyes first locked over that fire, I was smitten. The light of the flames danced across her face, illuminating her like a golden treasure. I just couldn't admit it to myself. Couldn't face up to what I was feeling. I always believed it was fate or intuition. I didn't know what role she was going to play in my life, but I knew that I had to find out. It was a sign from the gods, the way she lodged herself into my heart. And now, I might be finally beginning to understand why. What if I needed her to stay because she is my mate? What if some secretive part of me has always known? Can it be true? Can we belong together, a Naga and a human? But this still isn't the relief that it might seem to be. It might seem obvious that I should accept that she is my true mate, and she may be. But that information only makes everything that I'm feeling more complicated, heavier and harder to handle. She's still a human after all. I'm not certain that I'd know what to do, even if I did know for sure that she was my mate. Just because I care for her doesn't mean that we can be together. To be honest, I'm not even sure what that might look like. And I'm not convinced that I have time for a mate, no matter the species. My life was supposed to be dedicated to the military. What do I do with this? Even if I could take her for mine, what does that mean for my career? What does that mean for the future of Nagaland, with orcs threatening to invade us? How can I even be considering Ava when I need to focus? Has my mind gone soft since she came around? Not to mention, there's an additional and significant complication. I still sense that she's hiding something, even though my questioning has failed to bring it to the surface. There's something more to her than meets the eye. It's interesting that my refined intuition has been unable to root it out. But still, I know it's there. I knew it from the beginning, when I watched her behead that orc to my sheer amazement. Until I know just what she's up to, and just what she's hiding, I can't possibly be considering her as my mate. Even if sometimes it gets very, very hard to deny it. Even if sometimes it seems like the only answer that makes any sense. These are the complicated and jumbled thoughts that have raced around my brain for the last 3 days. None of them ever seem to win. They just run aimlessly in dizzying circles, getting louder and louder until I can think of nothing else. 3 days later, and I'm no closer to an answer than I started. This day, my thoughts of Ava drum the same familiar, obsessive beat into my head as always. But I'm at least in my office, trying to work nonetheless. I push her out of my mind for the 1000th time, studying the maps and plans of the Naga outposts. It makes no sense to me how the orcs managed to ambush the outpost Nord 3. No matter how many times I look at the maps, I can't make head or tail of it. There's no direction they could come from that they should have been able to keep the element of surprise for as long as they did. It's driving me crazy. The idea that I must be missing something. I shuffle through all the papers on my desk searching for the missing piece. I know that I'm distracted by Ava right now, but I wasn't always in this sorry condition. I was confident that the outposts were all capable of holding off an attack. So what did I overlook? I go to the door of my office, bellowing for Captain Foz. I doubt that he'll have any light to shed on the matter, but at least we can commiserate together. I've always considered myself an excellent strategist, and this failure has me rattled. It's not just that I seem to have made a mistake that left us vulnerable. It's the fact that I can't find it, that I can't plug the hole that's bothering me. Captain Foz enters my office. With one look at my annoyed expression, he closes the door behind him. "Sir?" "You can drop the formalities, Captain," I mutter. He's technically my second in command and beneath me, but he's also one of my oldest and most trusted friends. In private, like we are now, I have no use for niceties. What I really want is to shout, and maybe break something. I jab a finger at one of the papers on my desk. Explain how the orcs came in the middle of the day, and no one saw them. He leans over, peering at the map that I indicate. It shows Outpost 3, with marks indicating the orc camp and the direction of travel. "I can't," he admits after a long pause. "Then what does it mean?" I demand impatiently. "Did they come from another direction? Is there anywhere for an ambush, or did they just outflank us?" "No," he says slowly. "Captain Izmah never indicated a flanking maneuver. He said the orcs got the drop on us." I sigh in exasperation, dropping heavily into my chair. "But that doesn't make any sense," I moan. Resting my head in my hands, I massage my temples. He crosses behind my desk, rummaging for something on my shelf. I know exactly what he's searching for, and I don't stop him. After a moment, he pulls out a small container of alcohol, offering it to me wordlessly. I hesitate, wanting to be sharp while I try to solve this mystery. But in the end, I take it. I've been stressed for the past 3 days, and it's clearly not helping matters. Maybe he's right. A drink is what I need. I tip the flask at him, something of a cross between a salute and a toast, then take a swig. Handing it back, he does the same. Then, setting the alcohol on the edge of the desk, he flops down on a chair of his own. "Do we think—" he begins, but we're interrupted before he can conclude the thought. Shouts are coming from outside my office. We exchange a wary glance of confusion, and hasty knocking at my door soon follows. "Come in," I shout, already getting to my feet. I don't know what's happened, but the urgency is palpable. A soldier flings open the door and runs in. Breathlessly, he gasps, "There's an issue at Outpost 3.
Chapter 18. Ava. As I wonder what to do with myself for the day, Asha knocks, inviting me to go with her and some of the other women to the bathing facilities. It's a short distance away, at the edge of the forest. There is a natural hot spring that heats the water, she explains, gesturing towards the hills. "I've never been to a bathing centre," I say, smoothing fingers over my palms. "I took baths in the river with the other servants." "You get the privilege of coming with me," she says, smiling, and stands up taller. Her eyes lock on mine and I smile back tentatively, cheeks red. She seems to read my hesitance. "The others will not say anything." Asha shakes her head. "No one will look down on you for being a human while I am there." Oh. Well, that hadn't been on my mind before, but it is now. Many of the Naga here view me as either a curiosity, insignificant or distasteful. I never know what reception I might get. Asha had always treated me as an equal so far. "All right then," I reply, feeling my apprehension leave. "Lead the way." I follow her to the bathhouse, a simple whitewashed building with narrow windows and wide columns holding up a roof over a large pool of blue-green water. There are 4 other women there, and they shed their clothing with little fanfare, exposing themselves freely. I shy back, feeling a little strange at the idea of communal nudity. The humans in our settlement had always leaned towards modesty. Nevertheless, I remind myself I am no longer in human company, and I should act according to Naga custom. I began to shed my layers. My body is nothing like theirs, and I can't help feeling ugly and plain next to the statuesque, goddess-like Naga women. "Come," Asha says, interrupting my pity party, and slips into the warm, medicinal waters. I follow, sinking into the water, letting the warmth seep down into my skin and warm my bones. All the stress that had followed me around the past few days was gone in an instant. I can feel the tension melting from my shoulders as I settle back against the stone seat. Have you adjusted yet? An orange-scaled woman looks at me with curiosity. Yes, thank you, I say, trying to be polite despite the fact that I feel like an outsider here. Asha has been helping me a lot, I add, glancing at her. Her chin juts upward at that, and the others murmur words of approval. I've noticed that you spend a lot of time with Commander Isma, another says, piping up. I glance at Asha. Priyanka, Asha says sharply, turning her yellow eyes onto her companion. Whatever the commander does is none of our business. It's okay, I say, though my heart is beating furiously in my chest, and I wonder if the women will be angry if they know the truth. He's been kind to me, I add, smoothing fingers over my palms. Kind? Asha turns back to look at me. The commander. I would describe him as many things. Strong, proud, a well-trained warrior. But kind? It is strange, the orange-scaled woman says, nodding. He seems so reserved. It is unlike him to interact much with a human. Many of the eastern Naga look down on them as less than the Tara of the fields. I look down at my lap. Oh, but I grew up in the West. I don't have the prejudices that many here hold, she said, trying to sound reassuring. What Aksata is trying to say, Asha shoots her a look, is that the commander is very traditionally Eastern, and we are simply surprised by his attitude. Oh. I'm not sure that's much better, but at least I understand. They are all surprised to know that the commander tolerates my presence. Should I tell them the truth? He's actually, well, we have been intimate, I explain to them. Silence falls amongst the group for a moment. Interesting, Aksata murmurs, breaking the silence. Sweat dots my brow from the heat of the pool, and I wipe it away. Has he bedded many others? I ask, heart hammering in my ribs. Perhaps this is usual behaviour for him. He is quite the reserved type, Asha says, clapping a large, claw-tipped hand over my arm. I don't believe the commander has ever expressed true romantic interest in anyone else before. Ah, I should be relieved, but instead I'm simply more curious. Why me? Why now? What was it about me that led the commander away from his prior attitudes? Am I a curiosity? Something novel? I don't know how to feel about this information. The commander brings purpose and drive into anything he does. Priyanka speaks up, as if sensing the shift in my mood. I would never believe him to take any type of relationship with less than 100% sincerity. Speaking of, have you heard the news about the kook? Asha asks, shifting around in the water. I gently touch her hand with mine, grateful she changed the topic. We chat about the kook, about the new recruits, about the village that has just popped up near Outpost 5, and how the Naga women hope that means more trading from the west. I feel so much lighter after that bath. My skin tingles with the warmth of the water, smelling fresh, like the herbal salts we had been soaking in. Asha stops me before I enter my quarters, holding on to my arm. Are you certain that you know what you're doing with him? She asks, raising a single eyebrow. If you need help ending things, I can assist you. I'm not certain at all, I confess. But I appreciate your offer. I think I'll just see how things go, I say. Her features soften. Thank you for bringing me to the bathing house as well, I add. I appreciate it. Of course. Her eyes search mine, an unreadable expression in them. She lets go of my arm and gives me the guard salute before leaving me on my own. I'm about to head inside when I hear a string of profanity and unintelligible yelling coming from the commander's office, and I pause. Captain Fars comes out, hands balled into fists as he stalks away. I must have made a noise because he glances back at me, and I can see the frustration radiating from him from where I stand. He shakes his head without saying a word before leaving once more, stalking away, boots hitting the ground with loud thumps. I dither in the hallway, wondering if I should say something to the commander. Isma is a hard man to read, and the stress of the orc attacks has been getting to him. Perhaps, though, I can offer him some comfort. Rapping gently on the door, I wait for him to respond. "What now?" he yells. I jump back a little, but decide to push on and enter his office, despite my reservations. Isma isn't behind his desk when I enter. Instead, he's circling it, tail thumping behind him as he paces. His hands are flexing, clenching and releasing. He's rigid and muttering under his breath, tongue flicking out every so often. "Isma." I say his name softly, trying not to startle him. He doesn't look up. I don't know if I should stay, but I can't help the way my heart burns as I gaze at him. "Isma." I repeat his name, and he looks up, pinning me to the spot with an intense stare. "Ava." His voice is raspy. "I didn't expect to see you until later." "I spent the day with the other women. We went to the bathhouse." "Ah." His shoulders slump down and he moves to sit back in his chair. "Did you enjoy yourself? I can smell the herbal salts on your skin." "Yes." I move closer to lean against his desk, pushing away a quill. "I heard a commotion in here when I was passing by. I thought perhaps I could do something to help." "There's been another attack," he sighs, scrubbing over his face. "Outpost 3 was raided last night. The orcs burned it all down. Our men fought, but they were defeated. Damn it." He slams his fist on his desk, making the entire thing rattle. I'm jostled from the movement. "What does that mean?" I ask, taking a step forward. I want to reassure him. "It means more of our men are dead. It means the damned orcs have retaliated after we burned down their camp. It means that they're marching on us, demolishing our outposts, killing our men, and there's nothing I can do to stop it at this moment," he said, voice growing louder with each sentence. "I'm sorry," I say, reaching out a hand. "Sorry? For what?" He looks up at me, narrowing his eyes. "Did you know something about this?" "What?" I look at him, eyes wide. "How could you think that?" "Of course I didn't." "If you have anything that you might have been holding back, you need to let me know now." "I don't know anything." I throw my hands up, frustration bubbling in my chest. Why won't he believe me? "I have no choice then." His tone softens and he goes quiet. "I can't let my men fall to another orc. I have to go and put a stop to this myself, for good." I know that Izmah feels every death intimately, that he takes every defeat personally, but I don't want him to leave. My chest tightens at the thought. What if he doesn't return? "When will you depart?" I ask, my voice growing thicker as I try to hold back the tears that have sprung up. "Tonight. I will gather my troops and leave tonight."
Chapter 19. Isma. "Lieutenant Adexi," I call out. "Status report. Supplies are loaded, sir." "Captain Foz, are we ready to depart?" "Yes, sir." He salutes me and I pull up next to his Hokeen with my steed Seer, tightening my grip on his reins. "We can be ready to depart as soon as you give the orders," Foz adds. "Good. I'm only taking my best men, the most well-trained soldiers with me. I'm putting an end to our skirmishes, to the fighting, the back-and-forth retaliations. One way or another, I'm not going to let the orcs claim another victim. Though I know I should be focused on the mission, I can't stop the tension in my chest as we ready for departure. Leaving Ava behind has me on edge. I don't understand why I am so invested, but for the first time, I'm departing the fort with the desire to return as quickly as possible. Knowing she's safe back here, waiting for me, that is what will keep me going on this expedition. I have to know she's safe, or I won't be able to concentrate. My mind travels back to the last time we were intimate, the way she looked at me, the way she touched me, her moans of pleasure. It's enough to distract me, and I don't realize it until Faz nudges me. "Sir!" Faz calls out, and I straighten up, shaking my head. He reiterates that the men are ready to depart. I can't afford to waste another second thinking about her right now. "Move out," I order. We head south, towards the outpost, riding over the rocky terrain. We're near the foothills of the mountains here, and I can see them in the distance, to our west. The tops are covered in a layer of snow, even at this time of year. We ride through the foothills, making good time. The outpost is about 15 miles from the fort, a journey that should take our men just over 2 hours, barring any delays. "Commander," Faz pulls up next to me after a few minutes of travel. "I worry that your mind isn't on the mission." I frown. I'm completely focused. My ire rises. "You keep spending time with that human woman." Faz's disapproval is written all over his face. "I don't understand." "There's nothing to understand." I don't want to discuss this with him anymore, so I spur my equus onward, heading towards the front of our unit, where our supply wagons are rolling along. Faz is like a nagging dam sometimes. He claims if someone didn't look out for me, I would neglect myself. I don't believe that to be true, but I appreciate having someone who cares. For now, though, the mission is what is most important. Whatever my thoughts or feelings are for Ava, I must set my feelings aside. It's quiet enough that my mind starts to wander once more. Was it possible that nothing would happen between us now, after my reckless accusation? A trickle of doubt runs down my spine. I know that I am a difficult man to get close to. I am distrustful by nature, and as the commander, it is my duty to assess situations and make quick determinations. With the orc raids, my stress is at an all-time high, and I don't know who to trust at the moment. Someone had to be feeding the orcs information about us, and I need to get to the bottom of it. Ava has never given me a reason to doubt her, but I wouldn't be a good commander if I didn't explore every angle, overturn every stone. Whether or not she knows anything, at least I can say I did my due diligence. My priority is the safety and well-being of my people. Ava should know that, if she's going to be in my life. I want to trust her, even if there's something about her I can't quite put my finger on. Once again, I'm reminded of the day we met, seeing her standing there on the other side of the fire, holding that axe aloft as if it were the most natural thing in the world for her. The power that emanated from her that day was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. I was drawn to her, to the power she so easily wielded. As I get to know her, I still think that there's something inside of her that sits, slumbering, waiting to be unlocked once again. She has shown herself to be as fierce in spirit as any Naga warrior. The sun is directly overhead now, and we push onward, the scrubby flatlands giving way to clusters of trees as the forest comes into view. "Sir," Adexi pulls his equus up to mine. "Lieutenant." I acknowledge his presence, but keep my eyes on the horizon. "I need to talk to you about something," Adexi says. His voice is hesitant. "Speak your mind, Lieutenant," I encourage him. He takes in a deep breath. Something about this situation isn't sitting right with me. Outpost 3 shouldn't have been in the orcs' line of sight. Outpost 4 is closer to the site of their last raid. If they were simply pushing forward with an attack, that should have been next. They had to go out of their way to hit Outpost 3. Adexi is voicing similar concerns to mine, and the pieces start to come together. "Almost as if it's possible there's a double agent," I say slowly. "I don't want to accuse any of our men of that." He shakes his head. "Neither do I. Let's just see the damages at the outpost when we get there. Investigate and see what turns up." "I agree," Adexi says before he falls back to join the other men. My suspicions had seemed outlandish before, but hearing someone else say them out loud makes me feel as though I am right. Something about this entire thing just isn't sitting right. Maybe it's not an insider trading secrets, but something is going on. Others are going to notice the oddities as well. I worry that if more information about the raid comes to light and more Naga start to look for answers, I might have left Ava in jeopardy back at Fort Marzu. She's an outsider and had been present at the last orc raid. I remind myself that she's strong, though. She's brave. She stood up to the orc leader himself and took his head off. I should trust her to take care of herself. I can't help the way my heart thumps in my chest, though. I want to get back to her as quickly as possible. I would like a word with you, Asha says as she pulls up, about a half hour after I spoke to Adexi. I wonder what she wants from me. She's a good warrior, but tends to be pretty quiet. I rarely interact with her. Speak your mind, I offer. Permission to speak freely? She asks. I raise an eyebrow and turn to look at her. Asha and I aren't the closest of compatriots, though she was one of the few who had been willing to assist in helping Ava acclimate to our city. She's important to Ava. Granted. I turn back to keep an eye on our progress. I know I have no business speaking to anything to do with your personal life, sir, Asha says quickly, but I consider myself a close friend with Ava, and I wish only to ensure she's happy. I don't know what this has to do with me, I say. Sir, I know that you and Ava have had relations. She hesitates as she speaks. She revealed it to me earlier today at the bathhouse. I don't know what she told you, but I haven't heard her, I say stiffly. I'm not interested in doing so. I know. Asha spurs forward a little more to match my pace better. You are a good commander. I simply wish to impart some wisdom. At my silence, she continues. Ava is a strong woman, but she is a human. Humans are highly emotional creatures, and I believe that it would benefit you both if you were to make a decision about what you want from her. She's not wrong, but I don't know what I want from Ava, from our relationship. I've never thought about another woman like this before. I'd never once considered having a romantic partnership or finding a mate. Thank you for your wisdom, I say. Asha nods before pulling away again, leaving me alone. I lead us forward, the trees getting thicker as we get closer to the dense forest before us. The crisp mountain air is now permeated with the scent of pine and sap, of deciduous trees and decaying leaves. I inhale deeply, recalling fond days in my youth of tramping through the woods in the east. The scent takes me back. We're less than an hour from Outpost 3 now, and I urge Sir forward. The simple creature had taken to Ava right away, eagerly eating a cube of sugar right out of her palm when introduced. If only I could be as trusting as Sir, if only it were that easy. Whatever is between myself and Ava, though, is tenuous at best right now. I need to figure it out lest I break this fragile relationship with my indecision. Later. For now, I need to focus on what I might find when we reach the outpost. It's possible it's simply the orcs being their asinine selves, but deep down I know that's not likely to be the case. Instinct has me certain that there is more to the story, and only upon reaching the outpost will we find out the truth.
Chapter 20. Iva. How dare he accuse me? I yell as I pace the floor of my room. He's insane! Despite my ranting, the knot in my stomach only grows as I think about Isma riding off into potential danger. I stop and smooth my fingers over my palms as I try to calm myself down. Getting worked up won't help in this situation. I need to think rationally. Despite my best efforts, my eyes still sting with wet tears. I haven't given him a single reason to distrust me so far, and yet, once again, he's accused me of colluding with the enemy. I wish he could understand what his accusations are doing to me. How could he offer himself over to me so freely if he still didn't trust me? My head is starting to hurt and tears are rolling down my cheeks. I am starting to feel something for Izmah. I feel like I could fall for him. I don't know if the relationship could be, however, if he continued to mistrust me. Asha comes by at that moment to say goodbye and clasps my arm in hers. You will be safe here, she says, staring at me with her intense gaze. Her unblinking expression used to unnerve me, but I can read the sincerity in her expression now. You stay safe out there, I say in reply. She bends down and gives me a hug. I widen my eyes, surprised at her open display of emotion. She leaves and I slump against the door. I know the Naga are fierce and formidable fighters. I witnessed that firsthand on the night of the battle. Nevertheless, something primal in the pit of my stomach is gnawing at me. I pace the room restlessly as I rant and talk to myself once more. They won't be in danger, I insist. Isma is the commander of Fort Marzu. He didn't get to that position through goodwill. If anyone can take on the orcs, it's him. He's bringing his best fighters. I remain unconvinced. I witnessed the orcs attack firsthand. There were many casualties, both human and Naga alike. I trust him, I say out loud. I trust him, I repeat for emphasis. I couldn't be intimate with someone I don't have confidence in. No matter what he's chosen, I have made the decision to put my faith in him. Something nags at me, despite my words. It feels like I shouldn't be away from him, even if I trust him on his own. But Isma expects me to stay here, and neither do I have a strong inclination to ride into battle. Despite the one and only time I successfully brandished an axe against an orc, I'm not qualified to fight them. It's one thing to stand up to the commander when he accuses me of being an interloper. It's quite another to face off against enemies in battle. If I stay, I have the opportunity to explore the town on my own a little. I can wander the shops, take in the sights. It should be an exciting prospect to have complete freedom and independence. I could enjoy myself by going back to the bathhouse tomorrow, or I could find the hot springs, or use my meagre coins to purchase something to read or a new outfit. All that would normally be an appealing prospect. So then why did I feel like I couldn't stay here? Why did I feel the urge to go with the men to the outpost, to accompany Isma? I just want to ensure he remains safe. I want to help protect him. That's absurd. Isma is more than capable of protecting himself. He is a strong, capable warrior. I am a mere human who has accomplished 1 feat of strength, and now I fancy myself his bodyguard. Preposterous. I walk over to the wardrobe, rifling through it to distract myself. I don't have many clothes yet, but I have a few second-hand items that could use a bit of mending. I should sit down and fix them, and keep myself busy. It works for about 10 minutes. I finally throw my mending down in a huff and stand up again to pace the room. The sunlight streams through the window, and I glance outside to see people walking about the courtyard, guardsmen getting supplies ready for their journey. Maybe I should just go watch as they prepare for departure. If I just go watch them work, I'll feel better. I can see the weapons they're taking, as well as ensure that they have an adequate amount of supplies. I don't want Isma to think I'm worried, though. Best if he doesn't see me watching. I wait until he's preoccupied with talking to some of his lieutenants before scurrying to the supply warehouse and hiding behind several large wooden crates. It seems silly that I'm sneaking around like this. I want to laugh at myself. I'm being ridiculous, bordering on paranoid. I just need to see it for myself, to verify that it's going to be all right, and then I'll head back to my room. I just don't think that everything is as it seems. I spot Lieutenant Adekshi speaking with another guardsman from where I'm hiding. I plan on talking to the commander on the way. What's going on exactly? Was there something that Isma wasn't telling me? I creep a little closer, trying to listen in on their conversation. I agree, the guardsman says, tying up a supply wagon. I just worry we're riding into a massacre. No. I clap a hand over my mouth so I don't give myself away, trying to contain my gasp. A massacre? I know I should stay as Isma asked of me, but I can't let them walk into a massacre. Not when I was just getting to know him. Even though all rational thought says this is phenomenally dumb, some part of my brain feels that going with them is the right thing to do. I have to disguise myself and hide away. It's like something else is driving my actions as I move towards the supply boxes. I look through the supply storage, trying to figure out where I can fit. A sudden noise has me jumping back, looking around wildly. I try to place the noise, but I can't find the source. Just as I move forward again, the noise startles me once more, and the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up. "Who's there?" I whisper loudly. There's no sound except a gnat buzzing in my ear. I'm suddenly worried about my decision to stow away. What if I get caught? Izma might think I'm trying to gain information on behalf of the orcs. I press a hand to my chest, feeling my racing heartbeat as I stealthily move closer to the boxes when I hear the noise a third time. Just before I can die of fright, a silly old hokin meanders into the open-air structure and I nearly laugh myself stupid. The hokin had been clearly searching for a snack. I reach out, petting the beast as it nuzzles my hand, trying for a quick nibble. "I don't have anything for you," I murmur to him, stroking his wet nose. He nudges my hand and I glance over him, checking to see how he got away from the herd. It looks like someone was in the middle of readying him to take on weapons supplies and hadn't tied him up properly as his bolt chain was loose and dragging the ground. "Don't tell on me," I say to him as I keep petting him, poking through boxes to find one big enough to hide me. He brays, a quiet whinny that sounds a little lonely, so I sneak over to the food stash and pick out a shiny apple, holding it out for him. "You just wanted a little snack, didn't you?" I ask, as he eats it out of my palm. His bolt chain is still dragging the ground, so I reach out, wrapping it around the pommel on his tack. I brush over his coat and pause when I notice the weapons holder that's tied to his saddle. It's large, very large, easily able to hold a tiny human like me. I chew my lip, smoothing fingers over my palms as I check carefully to ensure no one is around. "Do you think you would mind if I got in?" I ask the hokin, who snorts and bumps my hand with his head once more. His dappled grey coat is soft under my fingers as I contemplate this decision. This is incredibly risky, perhaps extremely foolish. It will be more than a little uncomfortable inside that bag, and riding in there for hours while keeping still comes with the possibility of getting caught at any point. Still, it feels like I have to do this. I climb inside, careful not to jostle the hokin too much as I settle into the weapons holder. It's made of a stiff canvas that holds its shape, so there's no danger of seeing an Ava-sized lump, but there's always the possibility of getting caught during a check. "There you are." Uh-oh. The guard who was supposed to be loading this hokin up must have spotted it. I sink down in the holder as best I can, holding my breath. I hear rustling, and then we're moving. Will he check? "Crace, get going!" I hear the captain's voice calling. "We're about to head out." "Yes, sir." The holder shifts as the guard climbs on. I wait on edge for a final check, but it never comes. We start moving again, and this time we don't stop.
Chapter 21, Isma. As we progress further, the terrain changes from rocky plains to thick forest. I try to concentrate on the upcoming mission, but my mind keeps going back to Ava over and over again. Even now, I feel as though her scent lingers in the air, as though her pheromones are nearby. My tongue snakes out without permission, tasting the air to capture the scent. I wish she was here so I can see her. My head is muddled with thoughts of her. If she was here, in my line of sight, I could feel reassured that she was safe. Pushing thoughts of her away once again, I lead us deeper into the forest. The sky is darkening as we press onward, and I glance up, seeing the streaks of pinks and purples across the sky. The forest is quiet, save for the noise our company makes. I wonder if this is a sign of orc presence. For the umpteenth time, my thoughts circle back to Ava. I wonder if she would like to see the forest with me. If she would enjoy spending a night out under the stars. I've never felt like this for any woman before. It should be concerning, spending this much time thinking about someone. I've never been the kind to worry about another, not like this. It could be that my guilt is simply manifesting as thoughts about Ava. I did speak to her rather harshly before we left. Was I projecting my insecurities onto her? I spent my entire life fighting to get to the top of my career. I never had time for love or romance. She's been bringing out a different side of me, and maybe I'm worried about how it will affect my career. That's silly, though. I I'm well respected as the commander. No one would question it if I decided to take a mate. Was I considering that? I'm not sure. Sir, we're making good time, but it's getting dark out. Faz pulls up next to me. We should consider making camp for the night. The captain isn't wrong. There's a lot of benefit to stopping, not to mention we're best suited for daylight. Our eyesight is better during the day, and we're stronger with the heat on our skin. Let's go another 2 miles or so. I want to find a good stopping point, I say. Faz nods and takes off, spreading the word. 2 more miles, and we're resting for the night. I urge Seer forward, navigating the forest's terrain with ease. Seer is best suited for forest riding as he has nimble hooves and keen eyesight. Sir likes Ava. He's a good judge of character, too, if I do say so myself. I like to think that if I was, with someone untrustworthy, he would at least warn me with his instincts. Maybe I'm just pushing her away because I'm afraid of how much I feel for her, how much I want her, and right now I want her. I want to touch her silky, smooth skin, to brush the dark hair out of her icy blue eyes. I want to run my hands over her soft curves, press my lips against her full ones. How had she become so important to me in such a short time? It feels needlessly complicated. I know I'm overthinking things. Still, I berate myself for spending so much time thinking about her while our men prepare to give their lives in battle tomorrow. I feel guilty. I shouldn't want to get home so quickly. I shouldn't be so stressed about the fact that I'm away from someone. I should be solely focused on the mission. The problem is, the more time I spend with Ava, the more I realize just how lonely I've been without her in my life. I devoted my life to my military career, never caring about having a partner. Now that she's around, I want her around more. This is preposterous. I shouldn't let a silly, human female do this to me. I'm a creature of solitude. Plus, how do I know I can trust her? I sigh to myself. Of course I trust her. As the commander, it's my job to be suspicious, though, and I find it hard to turn that part of me off, even with her. I'm not used to being this open or vulnerable with another person, but I need to. I recall the hurt look on her face when I accused her, the way her eyes filled with tears. I vow to make sure things are different when we return. It's not that I mean to mistrust her, it's just that I think I haven't been honest with myself about the depths of my feelings. Maybe talking to her and explaining myself will help. Who am I kidding? Why would she possibly forgive me for the way I acted? I may have betted her, but I haven't earned her trust either. I hope she can forgive me. I want to move past this blunder, this lapse in judgment. As a Naga and a commander, my pride is all I have. It prickles at me to have left without fixing things between us. I will just urge her to see my side. That is, if she speaks to me again. If she never wanted to see me again, it will have been my own fault. I can't pinpoint why, but I feel unsettled. If only I could see her, even for a moment. Sir? One of my men brings me out of my musings, asking a question about the mission. It does my head good to focus on something other than Ava for a few minutes. I know that I need to remain focused. My duty is to my people. My job is to ensure their safety. I spot a clearing a few dozen feet away and head for the spot. It seems big enough to house the 24 men I've brought to fight, along with all our supply wagons and weapons. We can only light one fire tonight. It's a matter of safety. There's a good canopy of trees that can cover the smoke from the fire. I give the signal, and our men trickle to a halt, forming a circle of wagons, ikwus and hokin. The men begin to unload the wagons and set up the camp as I supervise. We're about 45 minutes away from the outpost, Faz says. If we get up first thing, we'll make excellent time and arrive at first light. We should prepare the men then, I intone. Let them know to be ready before the break of dawn. I'll spread the word. Faz nods his head. I give him the guard salute, which he returns, and he departs. I sit on a stump, watching the men as they erect tents and prepare dinner. Sir? One of my men comes to me, asking a question, and it pulls me from my thoughts. The time before dinner is spent with some of my men coming to me to ask for advice, assistance, or strategy discussion. I offer my advice freely, but in my head, I'm starting to wonder if I am as capable as I think. I'm questioning myself now. Am I giving good advice based on sound logic, or have I been harsh with my men, expecting more of them than I can give? I don't like the idea that I've been pushing them to act like me in some misguided attempt to mold them to be more like me. I was lonely. I'm realizing that now. I buried myself in my work, trying to hide from my loneliness. My career was built around keeping myself busy to avoid confronting my loneliness. It was probably being raised by my father alone. He wasn't the affectionate type, especially after my mother died. I never grew to be overly affectionate either. I thought I was doing the right thing by spending my life focused on my career, but spending time with Ava has shown me what I've been missing. Life seems so much more vibrant with her around. I find myself enjoying the little things I used to take for granted, such as the way the morning light shines through the curtains onto Ava's sleeping face. I could watch her all night. Her face is beautiful. I love her icy blue eyes. I love how tiny she is. It's like she's made for me. She's so responsive to my touch, to my proud dual manhood. I swear I can. Smell her right now. I close my eyes for a brief moment, scenting the air. It's like she's right there. Sir, dinner is prepared. One of my men approaches me and I open my eyes, pushing away thoughts of her. Right. I stand and follow him, and am served a plate of camp food which I eat with vigor. Going on missions is good for the appetite. Are you going to address the men tonight? Foz asks during dinner. I nod, trying to think about what I'm going to say. What is it that will most inspire these men on this mission? It's dangerous, possibly fatal for some of them. What can I say to ease their worries? Dinner is finished quickly and the men clean up and get ready for a rest, but I call them to sit so I can give them their orders and a pep talk before tomorrow. A commotion at the far end of the camp rouses me and I glance up, wondering what the hell is going on. Commander! He yells for me and I stride forward. Just as I'm approaching, he pulls something out of the weapons bag he was carrying. It looks like a person. Wait, it is a person! It's Ava! Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 22. Ava. I get to my feet slowly, feeling my face flame with heat. I can't believe I've been caught. It's embarrassing because I know that I should have known better. But I just couldn't stop myself. I can't explain the urge, but I felt that I needed to be here with him. I look around at the faces of the other soldiers, studiously avoiding him until last. They look disappointed and startled, and I can't blame them. I know that I don't belong, and I've betrayed them all by sneaking along. Even though I try to ignore him, I can feel his eyes burning into me. I pretend not to notice for as long as I can, picking a loose leaf off my leg from where it has stuck to the skin. I twirl it nervously, but I know that I must face him eventually. I hesitantly meet his gaze, feeling ashamed. But something about the look in his eyes gives me pause. It's not just humiliating to be found out. He's staring at me with fury written all over his face, almost like he hates me. He stalks toward me, glowering. Yanking my arm, he drags me away from everyone else to a more private place. I stumble and trip, trying to keep up with his much longer legs. I don't dare voice an objection, sensing just how angry he is. My heart is sinking into my stomach, and I am finally beginning to wrap my head around just how big a mistake I have made. He hasn't said a word yet, but it feels like he may never forgive me. Despite his rage, when I trip over an exposed root, he stops long enough to save me from falling. I feel cheered when his other arm shoots out, preventing me from hitting the ground. As angry as he is, he still cares enough to help. But then his face hardens again, and he pulls his hand away as if touching my skin burns him. He yanks me again, his hand tight on my elbow. It sinks into my muddled brain that it was only a reflexive action, and he didn't mean it. My chest constricts painfully, wishing that he had. When we are far enough away from the group, he finally stops walking. We're in a little cluster of trees, hidden from the sight of the others. He spins around to face me, looking aggrieved. I hurry to speak first, trying to deflect his ire. If I can make him understand, he'll see that I didn't mean any harm. It was foolish of me, but I did it out of concern. He should at least feel my love for him, and know that I acted with good intentions. "I'm sorry," I exclaim sincerely. I truly mean my apology now that I see the haste of my actions. It was impulsive and thoughtless. I couldn't let you leave without me. I started worrying about you and then I couldn't stop. I was so afraid you might not come back, and all I could think was that it was a sign. It meant that I had to come with you. His expression is pinched with animosity. What did you think you were going to do anyway, to alleviate your worries? What did you expect to contribute? I shrug my shoulders, rendered speechless. I have no real, logical answer for this. I know that a man of his military standing can fight his own battles, of course. I saw him before, against those orcs. I didn't come because I thought he needed me to save him. I came because I couldn't let him go. But I don't know how to put that into words, and in this light, my excuses all seem so weak and pathetic. He narrows his eyes. "Why are you really here?" he demands. "Maybe I was right not to trust you. What are you up to?" I try to stammer out a rebuttal, but it's hard to make the words come out. I'm so startled by his accusation that I can't think clearly. He isn't just angry that I'm here, I realise. He's suspicious. After all that we've been through and shared together, he doesn't trust me. The thought is like a knife to the heart. I've acted with nothing but love, and it hurts that I can have so much faith in him, while he has none in me. How could he pretend to be so intimate with me if he doesn't believe in me? After much stumbling, I managed to spit out, "I'm not up to anything. I just wanted to be with you." "Liar," he sneers. And I've never heard so much venom in his voice. It shakes me to my very core. In that moment, my heart breaks into 1,000 little pieces. He doesn't believe me or trust me. He doesn't understand why I would want to be here, by his side. Maybe I have misjudged everything between us and made a grievous error. I thought the mistake was coming here, but perhaps my mistake started much earlier than I thought. Maybe my first mistake was opening my heart to him at all. I know that he never promised me anything, but it felt like we had a connection. Was it all make-believe? Was it all in my head? Have I just been fooling myself this whole time? Like a lightning bolt, I flash back to the way that he accused me of something similar in his office. I had dismissed it at the time, making excuses for him. He was stressed and under a lot of pressure. I tried to be understanding, but he's not willing to give me the same consideration. I feel smaller than I ever have, even smaller than the dark elves or the orcs made me feel. But I'm not the type to let myself be diminished so easily. If I was, I'd have disappeared into nothingness long ago. It is my own pride that brings the next words to my lips. I want to be understood, and I will offer one last explanation. But I will not fall on my knees or plead with someone who cannot trust me. I do not know what more to say, I admit. If you have resolved that you should find fault with me, then you will always be able to find it, no matter what explanation I offer. I blink away the hot tears that are threatening to spill, not wanting him to see my weakness. I have only your interests at heart, Isma, and I have always been truthful. I don't know what is happening to me. I don't know how I was able to kill an orc. I don't know why I feel like this when I am with you. I have been true to you and to my word. I want you to believe me, but I won't beg you. His face is as harsh and impassive as ever. I search for any glimmer of hope, anything that lets me believe I am getting through to him, any proof that he's hearing me at all. But there is none. No evidence that I can sway him at all. No chink in his hardened armour. He is in military mode, a practical and sensible leader who trusts no one. I can see that nothing I say will matter at this point. He is lost to me, trapped in his own belief of persecution. I turn away, unwilling to let him see me cry. Everything is crashing down, but I will not break in front of him. I am too strong and am too experienced with loss. I know how to carry it if I must. I just didn't know that I would lose him too. I walk a few steps when something occurs to me. I hurriedly brush my eyes before I face him again. I hold up my hands, palms facing upward. He meets my gaze. His eyes are hard, but I can see the question in his eyes, wondering what I will say next. With my own eyes, I try to implore him one last time to listen. All I know is that something strange happens to me when I am about to lose something I love. I feel the power coursing through my veins. It tingles over my skin, making me feel chilled. There is a steady rhythmic humming that resonates through every inch of my body, and I feel it swirling like an invisible mist around me. Around us, the stones and rocks begin to levitate from the ground. I lift my fingers, urging them higher. Beads of perspiration begin to form on my forehead, and I exhale heavily, trying to blow the stray hair out of my eyes. His expression changes to one of shock and disbelief. He spins in a circle, taking it in, before turning to me with a flabbergasted expression. His mouth hangs open, stunned and staring at me with wide, confused eyes. But the moment is interrupted before he can give voice to the question that hovers on his lips. We both hear a loud roaring coming from the direction of the outpost. Jumping to life, as if waking up from a trance, my concentration is shattered. The rocks clatter back to the ground, landing so heavily that clouds of dust fly up around them. My hands are still raised, frozen in the same position, though it's no longer necessary. He straightens up, forgetting me for the time being, and turning to face the noise. I watch him, wondering what happens now, because I know that we both know what the sound is, and there's no mistaking it. It's the sound of battle. Isma is being called into war.
Chapter 23. Izmah. The thunderous roar of orcs descends on us, building rapidly into a hostile crescendo. They stampede from the trees, surrounding us from every direction. I've been caught by surprise and realized too late that we're under attack. Their war drums beat in a rhythmic tattoo as they charge forward, barely able to be heard over the combative cries issued from their own bodies. There were probably signs that they were coming if I wasn't too distracted by fighting with Ava to notice them. But there'll be time for self-recriminations later. Now, all I can do is swivel my head, trying to find her. I haven't found her yet, but my search is interrupted by an orc charging me with an axe. I dodge to the side, and he buries the axe into the trunk of a standing tree instead. While he still holds the handle, trying to retrieve his weapon, I draw my sword. With one clean cut, he is dispatched. One orc down, but it seems as though there are many to go. They may not be as bright as the Naga, but they're numerous. For each one that falls, there will be 3 to take his place. This is how the orcs fight. I'm experienced enough to know. This ambush is remarkably clever for orcs, as they're not generally strategists. They operate more by brute, overwhelming displays of force. Having bought myself a moment of reprieve, I scan once more for Ava. She's nowhere to be seen. I can only hope that wherever she is, she's all right. She's disappeared quickly enough that there's a strong chance the orcs haven't gotten to her. Good girl to be smart enough to hide. It cheers me to think of her making a successful escape. I'm still not sure who exactly she is, but she's an innate survivor. A sliver of my mind thinks ruefully that wherever she is now, I may never see her again. Technically, she's an escaped prisoner of war. I wouldn't blame her for sensing a threat and hightailing it out of here and never looking back. I'd like to think that she no longer thinks of herself as a prisoner. I'm the one who sent her to the fort in the first place. But now, she has friends and is provided for. It's hardly a hostage situation. And until today, she had me, but I've blown it all, accusing her not once but twice of deceit. She'll get a distance away from the battle, and then with the clarity of her separation, she'll see that she has no reason to return or look for me, no reason to speak to me again, not after the way I treated her. And all I'll have left is wondering where she ended up, and praying to Adia that she's safe, wherever she is. All these thoughts, complex as they are, flicker in and out of my mind in a flash. It hits me in a cold, depressive wave that nearly drowns me. But at least for now, it's gone again just as fast. I can lick my wounds later, but right now I have no choice but to focus on the fight for my life. I run, trying to get closer to the troops that I left waiting. They have already drawn their weapons, fighting off the orc onslaught without hesitation. Most of the orcs are concentrated there, though a few stragglers chase me through the trees on my way. When I draw nearer, I begin to shout orders to my men. But they know what they're doing, and don't need much instruction. I stop to fight off the orcs pursuing me, not wanting them to rejoin their flanks. There's strength in numbers, and I prefer to keep them divided. With my sword, I make quick work of the few orcs in front of me. I manage to rejoin my men, but quickly begin to feel the overwhelm of the sheer numbers of enemy orcs that we are facing. This battle is proving to be much tougher than the last, as we had the element of surprise then. These orcs we didn't manage to catch with their literal pants down. They aren't drunk or distracted, and the fight is proving it. But my men are solid fighters, and all we can do is persist. An orc lunges for me. We skirmish briefly when he manages to knock the sword from my hands. Reflexively, I use my tail to knock him over, the only defense that I have. He falls to the dirt, and I know better than to let him get back up. As he scrambles to right his large, slow mass of a body, I grab a heavy rock and crush his skull with it. It's more gruesome than I'd like, but this isn't the time for moral pontificating. I hear a noise behind me. Spinning around, I see too late an orc preparing to swing his axe at my head. I try to duck, though I anticipate that I may not make it. The orc lets out an outraged cry, twisting his back in a contorted motion. Asha has dug her short sword into his thigh, saving me. I use my own sword to finish the job. Thanks, I breathe. Don't thank me yet, she says grimly. We're not done here. Where's Ava? The words stab deep into my heart, as if she turned her weapon on me. I don't know, I admit, my sword drawn as I scan the hordes of orcs defensively. I hope she found a place to hide, or run. She disappeared when we first heard them show up. She's a clever girl, Asha acknowledges, in the same defensive posture as me. She'll be okay. We have no time to discuss it any further, as another wave of orcs attacks. But even as I skillfully maneuver my sword, fighting them off, there's a voice in the back of my head that keeps thinking. I hope so. We're finally at least beginning to make a noticeable dent in the swarms of orcs. The battle isn't over, and there's more than I'd like remaining. But the bodies that litter the forest floor prove that we've accomplished a significant amount. The number of dead orcs vastly outweighs our own lost warriors. One wave begins to dissipate, giving us a moment to collect ourselves. I can feel myself slick with sweat, worn out from the exertion so far. Still, I warn my soldiers to remain guarded. This isn't all, I promise them. It's a lull in the action, not an end to it. Sure enough, the next cluster of orcs swarms in from where they have been waiting in the trees. How many are there? Asha asks through gritted teeth. I don't answer, knowing that the question was rhetorical. I snap back into attention, feeling orcs swarm from all sides. One manages to barely skim my back, and I feel a brief pain. But I can tell that the contact is minimal, and ignore it, fighting on. An orc lifts his axe, swinging it down toward my head. I lift my sword just in time, managing to deflect the blow. The handle of the axe strikes my arm, making me shout. In return, I kick with a strong blow directed at the orc's stomach, and then I dive out of the way. As he grunts, bent over in pain, one of my men stabs him from behind. Another orc leaps at me. The initial surprise makes me stumble, and I fall back against the trunk of a tree. The back of my head smacks painfully, but my racing adrenaline manages to cover the sting. The orc, even having the initial advantage, is heavy and slow-moving, and I quickly take him out of commission. With that immediate threat removed, I lean my head against the tree and take a deep breath. Sweat drips into my eyes, blurring my vision. Shifting my head forward just far enough to feel the base of my skull, I tenderly place my fingers there, looking for a wound. Pulling my hand away, I hold it in front of my eyes to see sticky, oozing blood. I feel once more, but even though I can't see it, I determine that it isn't deep. It's a superficial injury, a scrape from the tree. I wipe my hands on my shirt haphazardly, not having time to worry about it now. Another rustle from a few yards away catches my attention. I spin around, readying my sword and preparing to attack. I notice the sound is coming from a bush and pause in confusion. The space is too small to conceal an orc, so what is it? Who else would be hanging around in the middle of this war scene? Even an animal would have the sense to run. I extend my sword, keeping my guard up and on high alert. Whatever it is may be just as worrisome as an orc, as it clearly doesn't belong here. The bush shakes and shimmies again, and pale pink skin becomes visible as the thing crawls out. The very next thing I see, after the pale skin, is the chaotic spread of dark hair. My soul knows, instinctively, even before my brain has processed the scene in front of me. Ava. She comes out on her hands and knees, and even from here I can see a twig caught in her unruly hair. It's so very Ava, though I don't have time to be enchanted. She gets to her feet, her eyes darting in every direction to survey the scene. I can almost see the wheels turning in her head, and I wonder what she could possibly be doing here. Why didn't she run? Why didn't she get away? Why am I so happy to see her, despite all of that?
Chapter 24. Ava. I get to my feet, surveying the battle scene. The fight is far from over, though orc bodies are beginning to litter the forest floor. The Naga are fighting valiantly and have killed many orcs, but there's still so many more. It seems endless, how they just keep coming and coming. My eyes lock with Isma, and his expression seems distressed, as though he's disappointed to see me. I swallow hard, suddenly more tense by his reaction than I am by the death and gore surrounding me. Considering how we left things, in the middle of a fierce argument, I'm not sure what else I expected. He's made his suspicions clear, but I just can't seem to walk away, no matter how I try. Even when my mind tells me that it's the right thing to do, I feel the need to stay nearby watching. I've been silently observing from my concealed position in the bushes. I had resolved to stay out of it, convincing myself that I was only here to make sure he was safe. He's a strong fighter, and despite the desperate situation, I was certain that he'd be okay. I just wanted to be sure. It was only when I saw him pull his bloody hand from the back of his head that I felt the need to come out of hiding. I meant what I said to him, whether he believes me or not. I don't know what, if anything, I can do to protect him. But there's a nagging voice from deep inside urging me to at least try. Ava! I whirl around to the sound of Asha's voice behind me. She tosses a spear, and I catch it automatically. It feels right in my hand, and my mind flashes back to all the things that she taught me. The hours of lessons that she gave me back at the fort. If I came to take care of him, then it's time to keep that promise. I toss the spear from one hand to another, feeling the heft of it in my hands. The wood is smooth, and it feels right. It feels like it belongs there. Weapon in hand, something comes over me. Defying my better judgment, I glance toward Isma one more time. It's not an apology, but an acknowledgement. He doesn't understand why I'm here, but I'm going to show him. His eyes are wide in disbelief. Ava, no. He tries to interject. But I won't listen. I wasn't asking permission, not this time. I turn away, gripping the spear and stooping into a fighting posture. It's a reflexive, intuitive motion as I dodge and weave through the hulking orcs. They laugh at first, assuming that I will be an easy kill. I'm a weak and defenseless human, or so they assume, and they rush to make short work of an easy fight. But what they don't know will hurt them. I'm hardly defenseless. The part of me that knows what to do may have been hidden before, but the motions flow out of me like muscle memory now. In the throes of this surreal moment, the feeling from before takes me over. It's the same one that struck when I lifted those rocks with a supernatural force that I can't explain. The blood hums in my veins, but it isn't a slow, steady wave. This is electric, filling me with a charge that resonates throughout my whole being. My skin tingles with the power, consumed by it. I stab, piercing the spear into their bodies. Blood spills and splatters, but I'm in some sort of a mental zone, not fully processing any of it. It just happens, almost as though I'm sleepwalking. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I register Isma bellowing my name in terror. He begs me to run, to stop, to hide. But I won't do any such thing. I have no idea where I found this strength, this agility, this natural grace. Somehow, though, I know in this moment that it's what I am meant to do. Asher and I fight side by side, valiantly and fiercely. At some point, Izmah stops shouting, or perhaps I stop listening. Nothing he says can disrupt me now, in the flow of this fierce and mesmerizing dance. It's like a switch has flipped, turning on a side of me that I didn't know existed. My size, much smaller than the orcs, and even smaller than the Naga soldiers, gives me an athletic advantage. I'm not the strongest one here, but I am fast and wiry. I can bend and duck, avoiding their blows and landing my own with precision. You don't have to be strong when you're good. My aim is very good, partly because the orcs underestimate me as a threat. They leave themselves weak and exposed, and I don't hesitate to exploit that. That is at first. As the bodies begin to fall with increasing frequency, the orcs that are left are starting to scramble for safety. They try to retreat, but I'm unwilling to let them go. I can't stop them all, but I stop as many as I can. I dig the tip of my spear into the ground, kicking an orc forward. He stumbles and falls, landing on his own weapon. My actions take on a life of their own, thoughtless and precise. Stab, block, stab, dodge, roll, stab, swipe, dodge, stab, block. Head them off, Asher urges me. Push them back to me and I'll take care of the rest. I do as she says, running to get ahead of the fleeing orcs. My legs are smaller, but I'm fast. It's almost amusing to see the look of panic on their faces when they're so much bigger and stronger than I am. We flank them from either side, trying to funnel them together. Though normally I wouldn't want to face a large group of orcs, it works in the opposite way that one might expect. Sensing that we're now pushing them around, it adds to the frantic hurry of the orcs to get out of there. We manage to kill a few more of the orcs. Most of them get by us, of course, as we're simply too outnumbered to stop them all. The other Naga soldiers notice what we are doing, and the ones still able to fight move closer to help. The orcs are now moving with a sense of urgency, knowing that they've lost control of this battle. I don't blink, as the stench of death fills my nostrils. It's pungent, and in any other scenario, it would make my stomach turn. But here, it smells like satisfaction and success. I don't even stop to wipe the sweat from my brow. It drips down into my eyes, the salt stinging them. But I ignore it, letting the pain fuel me and drive me on. This is why I came here. I know it now. An orc charges me. I use the spear like a pole, jumping high to evade him. He swings for me, down low where I was before, too slow to adjust his aim for my quick movements. Asher steps forward, slicing the air and opening his stomach. I land gracefully back on my feet, just beside the now still body. Giving her a crooked grin, we're both too occupied for words. But she knows what I'm trying to say, grinning back as she pants for breath. Something that I can't explain, an internal urge, calls me to look across the battlefield. Gazing over the flames of the fire that the soldiers built when they first set up camp, I see Isma staring at me. There's no anger or disappointment on his face this time. He's not grinning like Asher, but his expression is warm, full of love and admiration. Our eyes lock, and the cocky smirk fades from my face. It's replaced by one just as soft and knowing as his own. I'm sure that my face mirrors his in other ways. The glistening sweat, the smears of blood, the dirt. But it's the tenderness in his eyes that draws me in, ironic and out of place in the bitter scene. I know, even though he doesn't say a word, that all is forgiven. I know that we will be okay. His body stiffens suddenly, freezing in place. My brow furrows, watching the smile fade from his face. He drops to his knees, his eyes pained and glassy. As he sinks down, I see Captain Con Esmu from the outpost, standing behind him. He wears the wickedest grin, his eyes glittering with cruel amusement. My mouth drops open as it begins to sink in. I'm watching an attempted murder. I've seen enough death to recognise it, but I didn't think it would be Izmah. Not like this, and not by one of his own people. I look on in horror. After all that time fighting, and finding myself filled with a secret expertise, I once again find myself hopelessly uncertain. My strength is gone, and I can't hide behind my spear. Isma's eyes dim as he collapses onto the ground, face first in the dirt. An arrow protrudes from his back. At the sight, I suddenly feel suffocated, as though there can never be enough air. "Izmah!" I scream. There's a keening wail, harsh and tortured, like someone's soul is breaking. It takes too long to realise that the noise is me. "Izmah!" I scream again, desperately. It's so loud that my voice cuts out halfway, replaced by an anguished sob. But he doesn't move.
Chapter 25. Isma. I fall to my knees and see Ava's face cloud in confusion. There's a searing, hot, burning pain in my back. I know instinctively that I'm gravely wounded. I reach behind me for the source, feeling the shaft of an arrow. I grit my teeth, grunting painfully, and snap the shaft off with one hand. I know that I can't remove the arrowhead itself, or I might bleed out on the spot. It's possible that it's acting as a plug, lessening the flow of blood. But the shaft itself might cause more damage by its protrusion. Though it was necessary, a new wave of pain overwhelms me. It's nauseatingly intense. I collapse against the ground, my face in the dirt. Around me, the battle continues to rage on. I can hear soldiers fighting and weapons clanging. As a military man, there's always a part of you that understands you might die this way. But it's different when it sinks in, unfolding before your very eyes, and it's no longer someday. It's now. My warriors, skilled as they are too busy fighting to even notice my predicament. Ava knows, but what can she do? There's nothing I'd want from her, other than to stay far away where she's safe. I don't even like thinking of her seeing me like this, of witnessing what must be a traumatic scene. I can already feel the sticky blood running out, soaking my shirt and making it cling to my back. The pain is dizzying, but I manage to lift my head just far enough to see Ava once more. Across the flames, she stares down at me in horror. Her face is blanched, her eyes terrified. I close my eyes briefly, sagging onto the dirt. The look on her face confirms for me that my injury is serious. I'm not being dramatic when I wonder if this is my last fight, if my body will grow cold on this very land. She screams in terror. "Isma!" It makes my blood run colder how scared she sounds. I want more than anything to run to her, to hold her. I'm desperate to comfort and soothe her, to tell her everything will be okay. But I'm not sure it will be. and there's nothing I can do to make this better. It's not lost on me, the irony that I'm more worried about her than myself, even as I lay here bleeding. I just want her to be okay. This is why I should have made sure she stayed at the fort, though it does shame me to think that her last conversation with me was a fight, that I accused her of deceit, that I couldn't offer her the benefit of the doubt or give her my full trust. It's a scar she'll live with, likely much longer than I will, and it hurts to know these are the memories I leave her with. So many things that I should have done differently had I known the course of events that would soon follow. As a man who rarely ever lived with regret, I never expected to die with so much. My eyes flicker open, summoning as much strength as I can just to roll over and see who has done this. I clamp my teeth together once more at the throbbing in my back, a torture that makes my ribs ache. It's a different kind of pain that courses through me when I see its Captain Khan Esmu. The betrayal is profound, rattling me with a new intensity. He takes a few steps closer, knocking another arrow into his bow. Khan stares down at me with cold, dead eyes. He draws the arrow back, pointing it at my head. I suck in my breath, preparing for the end, and praying to Atya that the goddess will at least keep Ava safe. But then, unexpectedly, he raises the bow up. I twist my neck, trying to see where he is aiming if not at me. My heart freezes in my chest, time stopping for a moment when I see in panic that it's now pointed directly at Ava. Ava's face is startlingly calm, even though her eyes are big. It's obvious she doesn't understand why he's targeting her suddenly, but she doesn't beg or plead. I'm almost impressed how gracefully she faces the threat, but I'm starting to see that Ava's surprises may never end. Even if she isn't showing her fear, I'm sure that the terror that I feel for her more than makes up for it. I stare in horror at the arrow, unable to breathe, willing myself to scream, to stand, to do anything. Asha, fighting off an orc, has been keeping close to Ava the entire time. She sees what is happening and cries out loudly, "No!" Asha is typically so cool and collected, and it's the first time I've heard her issue what sounds like a desperate plea. But there's nothing more that she can offer. She has both hands holding the shaft of her spear, blocking the blow of an orc's hatchet. Her muscles strain, trying to push him back, and she's barely holding her own. There's no chance that she can intervene. I grimace, trying to struggle upright, though I can barely move. I'll never make it in time. I look around for something to throw, wanting to at least deflect his aim. I'll do anything, unwilling to stand by. Khan lowers the bow once more before I have had a chance to carry out my half-cocked plan. His eyes glisten with bitter amusement, his lips twisting into a malevolent smirk. "Don't worry, Commander," he declares. "I came here for her. I won't damage her. Not like that anyway." He crooks an eyebrow suggestively, leering. If I could get to my feet, I'd strangle him. His face hardens as he glares down at me. "You see, I had a plan," he begins. I'd heard about the special female humans that the orcs had gotten their hands on. I knew the rumors, and let's just say I was curious. I wanted a taste for myself. I grind my teeth. Though I'm still in agonizing pain, this is a rage-induced movement. He only seems more satisfied by seeing that he's bothering me. If orcs can enjoy the humans, why not us? Why should they be more deserving than us, Naga? He asks rhetorically. We were created for all the finest pleasures, and I intend to take them. Yes, I struck a deal with the orcs. They got into the outpost because I let them, he admits. They were going to come by a few times, rough things up, make a good showing of it. I was pretending to be surprised, but the truth is, I opened the door and gave them a personal tour. We had to make it look convincing, though. His words wash over me, beginning to fill in the gaps that have plagued me. I couldn't let go of the sneaking suspicion that it didn't add up. That the scenario, as presented, was missing a few pieces. I should have known to trust my intuition. I've done this long enough to know that my gut deserves to speak for itself. But I'd failed to anticipate and predict the depths of his deception. I never would have dreamed that a Naga soldier would betray his own kind for personal gain, much less end up colluding with the barbarian orcs. After we set everything up and had you convinced that the orcs were targeting us, no one would ever suspect. Then, the last time, I'd let them claim the fort, saying I had to surrender. We were outnumbered. He laughs at the idea mirthlessly, like I'm not a strong enough leader to keep the orcs at bay. I'm an excellent captain, but what have I gotten for my efforts? Shoved off at an outpost and forgotten, left to work with no reward, no praise, and always under the shadow of you. He sneers, but seems to remind himself to focus. He clearly has a long-standing bone to pick with me, but that's not the point right now. Now he has one very specific complaint. He wants Ava, and she's mine. Shaking his head in disgust, he snorts derisively. I was further ahead with the orcs, and that's why I went ahead with the plan, knowing they, at least, would live up to their end of the bargain. I'd roll over, not put up a fight, and make it seem like the outpost had been conquered by orcs. And they'd share their women. He looks her over, a predatory gleam in his eyes. One just like her. They had plenty at the camp to go around, and I was going to have my pick. You ruined my plans, Commander, but now I can at least salvage something. His tongue darts out, licking his lips coarsely. I know she is special. She was the best they had to offer. And I hear she's been working out well for you. But her body, and more importantly her magic, are now mine. I bite my own tongue so hard that I can taste blood. He looks up and down her frame once more, eyeing her lasciviously. Provoked and enraged, my hand moves with a life of its own to close around the weapon. I feel the smooth metal in my palm and tighten my grip. I'm nearly blinded with fury, but not so much that I can't still aim. With the last bit of strength that I can muster, I pull my sword over my head and hurl it at Khan's neck, and I never miss my mark.
Chapter 26. Ava. The captain falls immediately as the sword cuts him clean at the neck. It's eerily like how I beheaded the orc at our initial meeting. In any case, it accomplishes Isma's goal. The captain will no longer pose a threat. As if he knows that he can now rest, Isma's head sinks back to the earth and doesn't move again. I scream once more as the captain falls over, a lifeless corpse, not for him, but for Izmah. I run to him, trying not to think about how still he is, with hot tears streaming down my face. I jump over the sticks, stones and bodies that are in my way, driven to simply reach him as fast as I can. I kneel beside him on the hard ground, ignoring the leaves that stick to my legs. I pull his head onto my lap, wanting to be close and cradle him to my body. He's out cold, but at least I can see the rise and fall of his chest. His breath is shallow but steady. It gives me a morbid glimmer of hope, at least. He's still alive. As injured as he is, it's a small consolation. Of course, I'm happy that he's breathing, but it's hard to be too confident about that. I watch the motion with eagle eyes, wanting to continue to verify it for myself. I lean over him, and I can't stop the tears that drop from my eyes and soak his face and shirt. I can't bear the thought of losing him. I know that he's gravely injured. There's so much blood. It's horrifying. I don't know if he'll ever recover. I can't bear to look at him like this, but I can't look away. It's all my fault. If I hadn't distracted him, this never would have happened. He's too good of a warrior to be taken so easily, but I let him be caught off guard. I should have stayed at the fort like he wanted. I should have stayed hidden in the bush, where he couldn't see me. I shouldn't have been out here, in the way, where that evil captain could try to take me as a hostage. If I get started, the list of things that I could feel guilty about would never end. I sob, hunched over him. I stroke his shoulder and face, hoping that some part of him can maybe feel me here. Maybe it brings him comfort and urges him back to me. I study his face, worrying that this could be the last time I see him like this, that I touch him like this. I lower my head to his chest gently, feeling the rise and fall of his breathing. His heart beats rhythmically against my ear. It's a beautiful sound, but I'm terrified it might end at any moment. What will I do if he doesn't wake up? I squeeze my eyes shut tightly, a few remaining tears leaking out the sides. With my head on his chest, I let the gentle motion lull me. It's not much, but it's all that I have for now. I try to slow my own breathing to match his, imagining our hearts beating in unison. Time stretches on for what feels like eternity. I barely register the world that continues around us. Most of the orcs had already run off, even before Isma was shot. The few that remained fled at the sight of the captain's brutal beheading or were killed in their attempts. The Naga soldiers, now free from battle, are tending to their wounds, pulling the necessary medical tools and care from their packed bags. None are as injured as Isma, but they've fought aggressively and need to recoup. A few of them come to remove the body of the captain, dragging it far into the woods. They don't do it as a favour to him, the traitor. Instead, they are respectfully clearing a space for my vigil over Isma. They know that I don't need to keep looking at the face of the man who betrayed him, the reason that we are in the predicament we are in. And it certainly doesn't need to be the first thing that Isma sees if, when I correct myself hastily, he wakes up. None tries to stop me or pull me aside. They don't ask me to leave him. Asha does gently make me lean out of the way a few times while she wraps Isma's bloody wound, trying to put pressure to slow the loss of blood. Other than that, she doesn't say a word, leaving me to my feelings. She does stand behind me for a while, a hand on my shoulder for support. She tries to offer me a drink, to refuel myself, but I refuse. I pay as little attention to all of this as I can, focused on him and him alone. Everyone else's actions are a blur, something going on behind the scenes that I care little about. Everything keeps unfolding around the two of us there on the ground, but I ignore it. I am just waiting for any sign of life from Izmah. It's the only thing that I want. It's the only thing I'll devote any attention to. I have no idea how long it has been when I feel him stirring under my cheek. I lift my head, turning to face him with anxious anticipation. Holding my breath, I watch carefully with hopeful eyes. The first thing I see is a twitch of his hand. It's so small that I almost think I might have imagined it. But then it happens again, bigger this time. I gasp in happy delight, my nerves on edge. His head rolls slightly, to one side and then the other. His eyes begin to flutter open. It takes a few tries before he fully wakes. Seeing me there, a tired smile dances on the edge of his lips. "You're safe," he says in a low, husky voice that's just barely above a whisper. "I'm just so relieved you're safe." "Me?" I exclaim incredulously, letting out a hysterical, nervous giggle. "You were just shot." His concern is touching, but considering the circumstances, maybe a bit over the top. His head lolls again to the side. "Prove it," he jokes. I shake my head at his ridiculousness, smiling at first. But then the severity of everything hits me all at once, like a depressing, emotional tidal wave. The mood shifts, just like that, and suddenly I can't even think about laughing. I thought that I was all cried out, but it turns out that there's more hiding in there. I burst into tears, sobbing against his chest once more. "I'm so sorry," I blubber out. "I'm sorry I followed you. I'm sorry I snuck along. I'm sorry we fought. I'm sorry he shot you because of me. I'm sorry you almost died. I'm sorry." "Hey, hey, hey," he croons, managing to lift one hand to tangle in my hair. He's exhausted, and his hand on my head is heavy as it lays limply. But I have no objections. "It's not your fault," he says. "I should have had more faith in you. I could have trusted you more. I just knew there was something else that you were hiding. I just never thought that maybe it was hiding from you too." I lift my head, hurriedly brushing my tears away. With a shaky gulp, I try to draw in a deep, calming breath. I need to be here to support him, and letting myself get hysterical won't help anything. "How do you feel?" I ask. Like someone who just got shot with an arrow, he admits, a hint of amusement on his face. I'm scared to move and everything hurts. I've lost a lot of blood, but I'll be okay. It didn't hit any major organs, and I can make new blood. The weak smile fades from his face. Suddenly solemn, he asks, "How are my people?" I sandwich his hand between both of mine, gripping it tightly. "They're fine," I assure him. "There are some injuries, but they'll recover. They are brave, fierce warriors. You've taught them well." He closes his eyes and lets out a shaky breath. His body relaxes at my words. "Who taught you?" he asks with a weary smirk, and his eyes twinkle, showing that he is entertained. "Don't be mad," I urge him. "Asha has been training me. Don't be too harsh on her. She just wanted to help. She's been a good friend to me." As I say the words, it hits me how true they are. I've spent my entire life around humans, but I've never had a friend I can trust like Asha. She understands me in a way that seems to defy reason, being a Naga. But we are two peas in a very strange pod. We may have started off on uneasy footing, but that's a distant memory now. Between Asha and Isma, it feels now like I somehow belong among the Naga. I'm sure that many people wouldn't understand it, but I know in my heart that it feels true. "Harsh?" he repeats, opening his eyes. "Why would I punish her? We were lucky that the two of you were here. You pulled us out of the fire with your quick moves." He lets out a short, drained laugh. Ava and Asha, the twins of terror. I giggle tearfully at the absurd image of us as twins. It feels somehow both fitting and yet equally ridiculous. Then I lean over, stroking the side of his face. He shuts his eyes again, his complexion pallid, but his expression softens at my touch, looking peaceful. "I love you," I announce emphatically. "I love you." And somehow, in a field surrounded by death, it feels like a reminder that life always begins again. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 27. Izmah. I close my eyes, enjoying the sensation as she strokes the side of my face. It's calming and comforting. Though I'm certain that I'll live, I'm still in a fair amount of pain, and I appreciate the soothing gesture. It brings me a sense of peace and relaxation that makes it easier to ignore the discomfort. The person providing it is, of course, a significant part of the remedy. It's possible that she could do anything for the same effect, as I think I'm responding to her presence more than anything. Still, I do like the caress. I'm in a state of repose, feeling as though I'm floating on a sea of calm. Then she says the one thing that can break this thick haze of tranquility. "I love you," she says wholeheartedly. "I love you." My eyes snap open at the words. I gaze into her dark eyes, losing myself in the depth of emotion that they convey. I don't know what love means in the human's language, but I imagine that the sincerity reflected in her face mirrors my own. Whatever she is trying to express, I think that it must be what I am feeling too. She fits me in a way that I never thought possible, like we are two complementary pieces that come together to make a whole. She plugs a void that I never even knew existed until I met her. I don't rely on words to make my point, not right now. Instead, I lift my one free hand to capture her head. I draw her lips to mine, kissing her tenderly. Everything inside of me pours out in that one deep, meaningful expression, saying what 1,000 words could not. I know that I'm dizzy from my injury, but the way my head spins now is more profound than blood loss. It's the connection of our two souls, the way that they were always meant to be. I have been hiding, denying it, avoiding it for so long. But it's time to finally tell her what I have always known. From the first time I saw her, something inside of me told me not to let her go. I've made so many excuses as to why the gods have pushed us together. I convinced myself that she held the secret to the attack at the outpost. I convinced myself that I needed to know more about her mysterious power. But all these things were misleading. Convenient scapegoats for why she really captured my attention. None of these explain the real magnetic draw that I have toward her. There's only one reason. It must be, as she calls it, this a love. Now that the scales have fallen from my eyes, it's all so clear. It's like we are in the light of a blazing sun, and it burns so bright that it peels away every trace of my fear. I'm ready to open myself to her, to roll the dice and hope she feels the same. I lean back, breaking apart to deliver what will be a life-changing message. As pleasant as kissing her is, I want to tell her everything that I am feeling. I want to learn where I stand and decide our future together. Because I know now, there simply must be a future with Ava. An arrow couldn't kill me, but her rejection just might. I have suspected it. I have questioned and soul-searched, trying to understand why this human woman means so much to me. But it became undeniably apparent when I thought that I might not live. No matter how bad things got in battle, all I could focus on was her. Was she safe? Would she go somewhere to have a good life? It surprised me to realize how unselfish I could be as far as she was concerned. But I didn't care if she had run away. I just wanted to know she would be all right. And then, when she reappeared and I realized she hadn't run away, the joy that filled my heart to see her again. It was a bitter mix of happiness to have her return, along with terror that she might suffer. In a way, I wished she had gone, just so that she didn't have to experience the very real risk that I was facing. It was the moment that I lay on the dirt, thinking that I was dying from the attack by that traitorous captain, that it all came together vividly. When he raised his weapon to her, I didn't care about myself or my suffering at all. I just wanted to protect her from him. And when the captain suggested that he wanted to take her for his own, and I saw red, I knew it was more than just a fun preoccupation. She was mine, and no one else could have her. Now I just need her to agree. I pull my hand away from her silky, wild mane of hair. My other hand is still sandwiched between her own, but I leave it there for now. My life changed from the moment I first saw you, I confess. I knew that you were going to be an important part of my life, but I could never have guessed how far it would go. You have planted your roots deep into me, and something beautiful has grown from them. I could never dig them out, and I would never want to. I traced the line of her jaw, drinking her in. Among the Naga, we take mates. True mates are destined for each other. It's an inarguable truth that their souls are so entwined that it would be a curse to interfere in any way. The gods have maneuvered to join them together, and no one dares to deny this fated union. She says nothing, but her eyes glow. You, my beautiful Ava, are my mate, I continue. I've never known anything as true as this. We met under unlikely circumstances by what seemed to be a series of bizarre events. But each of those steps, the orc camp, the attack at the outpost, our invasion, your role in our success, was part of the gods' plan to bring you closer to me. I twine one finger around a lock of her dark hair, tugging gently. I know it hasn't been easy for you, I admit. But if just one of those many things occurred differently, everything would have changed. It wasn't good fortune or luck that brought us together. And just imagine how important it must be for us to find each other if the gods found it worthwhile to untangle the complexities of a meeting between us two. Ava hums softly at my words. I'm here now, she points out. Her voice makes me grin slightly, pleased at the thought. I I want her to be here now, and here forever. I want to join her to me, stitch us together with the strongest threads of fate. That you are, I agree, where you were always meant to be. My throat feels suddenly parched, growing nervous at the thought of my next words. But I must force them out anyway. I'm too far in now, and I need her answer. I must know what she'll say. I'm about to dive off a cliff into deep, uncharted waters. I have no idea what waits below. Will I find smooth, carefree waters, or harsh, jagged rocks? Isma, she whispers. The lingering question breaks into my thoughts, resonating between us, and her voice calls me back into action. I stare up at her, my eyes glued to her as I memorize every curve of her beloved face. Will you agree that this is where you belong? Will you take me as your true mate and declare for everyone that we must be joined together forever? That this is written in our destiny? My heart is pounding in my chest so loud that I wonder how she doesn't hear it. I bite my lip, refusing to look away. The expressions that flitter across her face are amazing to watch, each one more enthusiastic than the last. I could spend the rest of my life learning to read her every look and be quite content. She's so animated, and I don't know if that's a human feature or just an Ava feature, but I truly enjoy it. She feels every emotion so strongly, wearing it across her features plainly. Before she even speaks, I let out the breath that I didn't know I had been holding. It shudders out of me, shaky but relieved. I can tell by her face that she's pleased. Her eyes sparkle down at me joyfully, bright with unshed tears of happiness. She bends down to me, kissing me as passionately as I did to her just a moment before. It was a kiss full of depth and promise, and hinting at so many things still to come. I've never been more certain of a thing, she declares. Of course, Isma. My eyes are suspiciously moist as I gaze at my beloved, thrilled by the realization that she will be mine forever. I try to voice a response, but my throat is clogged by emotion. All that comes out is a hoarse, "Good." She lets out a strangled laugh as her happy tears begin to squeak out. Then she begins to pepper my face with butterfly kisses, both her lips and her tears raining down on me. It's very good indeed.
Chapter 28. Ava. With the trouble at the outpost resolved, some of the Naga soldiers have already returned to Fort Marzu. Others, who were too injured to make the trek back, were moved into Outpost 3 to recover. It was the ideal place for them, since it's already suited to meet the needs of the soldiers who live there on a regular basis. Izmah is one of the outpost's current temporary residents. I was physically healthy enough to return to Fort Marzu, but I wanted to stay here by his side. We'll go home, which might seem like an odd word choice, but it's what the fort is starting to feel like, when we can go together. It's only been about a day, but he's already nearly better. Naga heal very quickly on their own, one of their magic properties. He's been checked over by the outpost staff a couple times, and they've cleared him to return to the fort later that day. I'm excited and eager to get home to start thinking about our future life together. I want to dive right into making the plans to become Isma's official true mate. But it's hard, in the current setting, to move too far ahead. When we settle in at the fort, we can start to really discuss it. I've just finished bathing and cleaning myself up, getting ready to leave soon. The healers advised us to give Isma another hour or two of rest. But I figured, while we wait, I might as well get prepared. I'm ready to walk out the door when Isma says so. The door to Isma's room is cracked open. I peek my head inside, trying to be quiet. I don't want to wake him if he's sleeping. But he's wide awake, sitting up in his bed. His face is bright and full of life. That pallor appearance from earlier is completely gone. He looks almost as bored as I do, anxious to be out of here. I slip inside the room with a happy grin, closing the door behind me. I walk over beside the bed to greet him. It's nice to see him looking so well, especially if I think back to the time not so long ago when I worried that I'd never see a healthy Isma again. I try not to focus too much on the thought, though, as it chills me unpleasantly. He turns, giving me a lascivious smirk. "I told you that I heal quickly," he says in a husky voice. "I never doubted you," I quip back. My knees go weak at that sexy expression on his face. Maybe we have time for one more thing before we leave the fort. I sit down on a chair next to his bed, stroking one hand gently up his thigh playfully. "Are you sure that you're all better?" I ask. "Yes," he growls. It sends a shiver up my spine. I inch my hand closer to his special place. "Are you absolutely positive?" He grabs my hand in his, making me go still for a moment. "Do you want me to prove it?" I hum, pretending to think it over. "No, I think I'll be the one to prove it." His lips curve up into an erotic smile, but he lets go of my hand. "Ah," he agrees. "Well then, feel free to begin your examination." I stand up from the chair, looking him over. At first I begin casually. I pretend to check out his arms, his head, his ears, all in the standard way. But then I slowly begin to ramp things up a notch. At his neck, I stop to kiss the skin, letting my tongue travel across the surface. Then my hands slide down his exposed chest, feeling his hard muscles. I pretend to be examining him carefully, my hands stroking over the pecs. "You're teasing me," he comments dryly. I make my eyes wide with feigned innocence. "Why, I have no idea what you are suggesting, Commander." I pull the sheet down, leaving him fully exposed.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. "So what's the verdict?" he asks breathlessly. "What?" I answer in confusion, panting. "You were examining me to see if I was healthy," he reminds me. "Oh, right," I giggle. In the heat of the moment, I had forgotten all about that. "I officially clear you for travel back to the fort," I intone. I roll off him, cuddling against his side with my head on his arm. He lifts his leg high enough to bring the sheet closer, then snags it with his free arm. "Good," he replies. "Then we won't need this anymore since we're leaving. Do you want it to lay down on?" I gratefully take it, positioning it under myself to keep any drips from his fluids from getting too far. I'm not overly concerned with messing up the bed, since they'll wash the sheets once we leave anyway. But it can be uncomfortable to have his semen running down my leg. Once I've repositioned, I lay back down. Feeling content in his arms, I idly trace patterns on his chest with my finger. "When do you want to leave?" I ask. He grins. "As much as I'm enjoying this moment soon," he admits. "We have a mating ceremony to plan." Isma turns the side of his face to kiss my forehead, and I blush with excitement. We have a mating ceremony to plan. I giggle to myself at the thought. Chapter 29. Ava. Asha slides the headband over my hair, fixing and adjusting the ribbons that dangle off. Each ribbon is a different colour, with its own symbolism. But the headpiece looks a bit different on me than it does when the Naga women don it. The ribbons catch and tangle in my hair, and it takes Asha a few minutes to smooth everything out. Then she picks up a small sachet of herbs hung from a string necklace, looping it around my neck. "I should have done this first," she mutters, having to be careful not to muss the ribbons for a second time. She finally gets it, and grins at me sheepishly. You didn't pick the best woman to get you dressed, she admits. I'm the go-to when you want to learn how to use a weapon, not so much to make you look gorgeous on the day of your mating ceremony. I giggle. But no one handles a spear like you, I point out. We can't all be experts at everything. She wrinkles her nose, looking me over. You look beautiful, in spite of my horrendous efforts, she concludes. Oh, stop. I wouldn't want anyone else here with me besides you. I mean, except Izmah, but he has his own job right now. Speaking of that, it's probably time. Let me go check. She pokes her head out of the small office in the mess hall that we've turned into a dressing room for today. After a few minutes, she returns, shutting the door behind her. Everyone's ready, she confirms. What about you? I've been ready since he asked me a month ago, I reply. She crooks her elbow to escort me outside. It's an old Naga tradition that on the day of the mating ceremony, the woman must be accompanied by another female all day and avoid unsolicited contact with menfolk until the ceremony begins. I asked Asha to be my companion for the day, which she accepted gladly. I link my arm through hers, enjoying the show of support. I have no fears about being mated to Isma, but the idea of being the centre of attention is a bit daunting. It's one of the reasons we opted for a small ceremony here at the fort, where at least I feel mostly accepted and comfortable. Out there in the larger Nagaland cities, I still get stared at like I'm an abnormality. We have to turn sideways for both of us to fit out the small doorframe, but we slowly inch our way out. As soon as we enter the mess hall, I stop to take everything in. The decorations are simple, like we wanted, but breathtaking nonetheless, and my eyes grow suspiciously moist. The mess hall is normally cluttered with tables, but about half of them have been cleared away to make room for the ceremony. Chairs are lined up in rows for the observers, and bouquets of flowers dot the windowsills. A series of lit candles behind the officiant give off a pleasing glow, and a big wreath of flowers and ribbons hangs behind that. The other half of the room has the tables remaining, where we will provide the guests a small meal as part of the celebration. These tables are also decorated, with herbs, flowers and ribbons that match the decor of the ceremony. Asha pats my hand reassuringly, and we walk toward the officiant. She breaks off just before we meet Izmah, claiming her own chair in the first row. Isma's face lights up to see me, and I smile self-consciously. He holds out his hands, and I take them. The officiant looks at us, and Izmah nods that we're ready to begin. As the standard rites fill the air, all I can do is stare at the face of my beloved. He moves his body against mine, pushing me up against the wall in the narrow hallway outside of my room. Luckily, there's no one near to witness our rather inappropriate public display. Most of them are still at the reception, eating the food that we've put out. We snuck out, ready to begin celebrating more privately. We had planned to go to Isma's quarters, soon to be ours, because they're larger and more secluded. But my room was closer, and we quickly realised that we weren't going to be able to keep our hands off each other long enough to make it anywhere else. The way things were going, we were going to be lucky to make it into any room at all. He pulls my hips towards him, and I twine my hands behind his neck. Our tongues duel for a long, passionate moment, but eventually our need for air forces us apart. He takes a deep, fortifying breath and begins to slide his tongue across the skin of my neck. Isma, I remind him gently. We're still outside. I'm getting there, he rasps back. In a flurry of hands, feet and tail, we finally stumble across the doorframe of my room. We're in such a tangled mess that it's almost impossible to tell where he ends, and I begin. He pushes the door shut forcefully with one hand and immediately turns to pounce on me once more. Nuzzling my neck, I can feel his scales tickling my skin. It's surprisingly sensual, and I shiver delightedly. Meanwhile, his hands are already making short work of my dress. With trembling fingers, I tug at his shirt, urging him to stand upright. I unbutton his shirt shakily, my eyes never dropping from his. My nerves are racing, aroused and on fire, which prolongs the process.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. I love you, he offers. There's a slight hesitation in his voice, which I know is only because love is not a Naga word. But I appreciate him trying to meet me in the middle, adopting my human terms. I love you, I agree readily, and he smiles.
Epilogue. Izmah. It is only when the dying light deprives my eyes of their ability to read the paper in front of me that I realize how late it is and how long I have spent at my desk today. This is something that has crept up on me recently. The quick passage of time. Though these last months have been the best, the richest of my life, they seem to have flown by, almost as if with Ava in it, normal rules do not apply. I smile as I think of that, wondering if she feels things the same way. If the way humans experience this mate bond is the same as for Naga, I shall have to ask her that. Even though we have been inseparable, it seems as if there is still so much to learn from each other, something that I never get tired of doing with her. I open the drawer of my desk and place my papers neatly inside. These can wait for tomorrow, for now I need to seek out my mate. It is getting dark, and I know she likes to wander the grounds before we sit to eat together. There is nothing quite so satisfying as leaving my post for the day to return home to her, and it seems unfathomable to think of life before. How I managed before she was here. Maybe I was just so wrapped up in my role that I believed that to be what life really was. Now, however, I know differently. I know what it's like to feel more alive than ever before, to live fully both for myself and for her. Of course, I am still a Naga warrior, and my duty is always to my people. But this is something different. I know where I will find her, especially on a night like tonight when the moon is full. I make my way quickly to the pond, crossing the courtyard and training grounds, and head out to the edge of the forest. Though I have told her many times not to go there alone, I know that she will. But that will not stop me from worrying about her safety. It is not something that I have any control of as her mate. She knows this, especially now. The sight of her silhouetted against the inky sky and the shimmering water is enough to stop me in my tracks. Her braid hangs down her back and her hands rest on her swollen belly. It's almost unbelievable that this is my life now. She is my life, as well as the child that she carries inside her. I'm well aware that she craves solitude like this, and I almost feel a pang of guilt for depriving her of it. But I can't be too far away from her. Instinct demands it. Though there are times when I just stand and watch over her, bathing in the aura of her, as she bathes under the moon. Tonight, I need to be close to her, feel her in my arms. For a moment, I watch her from a distance, marveling at her beauty, in utter awe of her and the life that she is creating in that swollen belly. My child. Our child. Our love made flesh and bone. Bringing a clenched hand to my chest that swells with joy and pride. It is times like these that make me question how I became so blessed by the creators. I approach her slowly, careful not to startle her, and wrap my arms around her stomach. She places her hands on top of mine and rests back into me but says nothing. I cradle her in my embrace and savor the feeling. Here now there is just me and Ava, and nothing else matters. There is something about her tonight. She seems pensive and distant, her eyes trained on the evening sky and her thoughts out there somewhere in the distance. Kissing the top of her head, I can't help but allow the feelings inside me to become words. Do you know how much I love you, Ava? How special you are to me? I do, she says, taking my hand and pressing it to her lips. as you are to me. Looking up at the moon, it is clear that the cosmos is blessing me, blessing the both of us, and I hope and trust that it will bestow the same blessings on our child. The little being that will soon make its way into this world, part Naga, part human. I'm itching to meet them, to hold them in my arms, to hold my mate and my child in my arms and love and protect them with everything that I have. Since she told me of the news, I have not stopped wondering about the baby that will soon be here. If this child is a girl, then I know she will be as beautiful and wondrous as her mother. And if it is a boy, then it will still be as wondrous as his mother, and as great, and as handsome as his father. Her words move me beyond measure. Nothing is more precious than her, this moment, every moment that we share together. I will never not be in awe of this love that we have for each other. He or she will be the most loved child on this continent, I say. They will, she says wistfully. How lucky we are, Isma. It wasn't luck, my love, I say, placing another kiss on top of her head. We were meant to find each other and to be together. This is fate. We are fated, and every day I thank the cosmos for making this happen. Indeed, she whispers. I run my hands over her belly. There's something so deeply primal about this act that I have now performed so many times I could never put a number on it. And yet each time it gets stronger, as though I connect more with Ava and the baby inside her. And now I am forever thankful to the goddess Vatya for bestowing the gift of a child upon us, and to you for making this possible, growing our child inside you. I would never have believed that such a thing was possible, she says, after living the life I have, surviving against the odds, being taken by the orcs. It makes my stomach turn to hear her talk this way, but I must allow her to speak freely, no matter how uncomfortable it makes me. Though it is my job to protect her, I know that she is also a warrior and that she is capable of dealing with hardship. The least I can do is deal with uncomfortable truths, even if they hurt me. I clutch her tighter, instinct once again leading the way. It is not something that I dwell on, how we came to be together. For me, what matters is that we are, and always will be from here on in. It is indeed something beyond our comprehension, I muse. How these things come together, how the twists and turns of our lives are not as meaningless as they may seem. Surely your gods and goddesses were always there to guide you, she queries. I can only assume you are right. But never did I consider that a true mate would be a part of their plan, and I certainly did not entertain I would find her taking the head off an orc. She lets out a small laugh. And that is something that we can both agree on. I will never forget seeing your face from across the flames. It's an image that is seared into my mind. I am suddenly overtaken with such emotion, such love for this woman and such gratitude for the life I have been granted. I feel as though I may burst. Somehow I found my way to you, she says. And by finding my way to you, I also found my way to myself. Something tells me that there is so much more to discover for both of us, I reply, learning to trust my deeper, more intuitive instincts as she does. She breathes out a deep breath. I think you're right, Isma. I can't explain why or how, but there is something deep inside me that says I was not the only one out there needing to find my way. There are others, human women just like me. I can tell from the way she speaks now that she is tapping into the great well of knowledge that she seems to hold inside her. None of us can explain it, only listen to it, witness it when it calls. I never believed in fate, Isma, not in the way that you talk of. As a woman, my only fate was to be used for whatever this world saw fit, just like the thousands, maybe millions that came before me, and those that will come after. Please, Ava, do not speak in this way. As much as I can let some things be spoken, others are just too much to bear. I'm sorry, my love, but it's the truth. She turns to me, her face soft and gentle, her eyes sparkling, full of magic and wonder and, most of all, love. I know it hurts to think of such things, but I am here now to tell you that I was wrong. I never believed in fate until I met you, but now anything seems possible. As I gaze into her eyes, I know this is true. Because she is now mine, and I hers, and the love between us is something I never could have imagined. Not until Ava came into my life.